Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. This is the place where eerie tales and calming whispers meet, helping you drift into peaceful sleep with a touch of mystery. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Leave a comment below and let me know. And if you're enjoying these nightly journeys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a night of chilling calm. Now, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let's drift into the unknown together. I was 7 years old when I first saw it. A tall, shadowy figure standing in the corner of my room, completely still, watching. I remember the way fear gripped me, my small body frozen in place as I tried desperately to wake my sister, who was sleeping beside me. But she wouldn't wake up. I kept staring at the dark shape, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. I pulled the blanket over my head, squeezing my eyes shut, willing it to go away. I don't remember falling asleep, but when morning came, the figure was gone. Even as a child, I had always been drawn to the paranormal. I loved horror stories, watched every ghost documentary I could find, and devoured books about spirits and hauntings. The idea of ghosts and demons fascinated me more than it frightened me. I was naive back then, unaware of the kind of door I was opening. When I was about to turn 10, I discovered something online that changed everything. A pendulum, an easy way to communicate with spirits. I read about it, excited at the idea of having a ghost as a friend. I was a lonely child, always feeling a little disconnected from the world around me. So I tried it. I held the pendulum in my hand, whispering questions into the air. The first time it moved, my breath caught in my throat. It was real. I asked if it was good or evil. I asked if it would be my friend. It answered. It felt like a game at first, a secret I kept to myself. But then, things changed. A few days later, I couldn't sleep. The room was dark, and the light switch was on the other side. As I walked toward it, something made me stop. I don't know why, but I turned around, and there she was. A teenage girl, standing there, disheveled, staring straight at me. Her eyes were empty, unreadable. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Without thinking, I reached for the light, flicked it on, and just like that, she was gone. It was the first time I had seen a spirit so clearly, so real, like an actual person standing right in front of me. I ran to my parents, told them everything. They were angry, afraid. They told me to stop whatever I was doing. But it was too late. Strange things began happening, not just to me but to all of us. We saw shadows moving in the corners of our eyes. We heard whispers coming from nowhere. A pale hand once appeared behind a door, vanishing before anyone could scream. Objects disappeared and reappeared in different places. The air in the house felt thick, heavy. The disturbances continued for years, until I turned 13. Then, for everyone else, they stopped. But not for me. When I was 14, something new began. A voice. At first, I thought it was my own thoughts, but it spoke things I didn't know, things I couldn't have made up. It answered questions before I even asked them. It whispered secrets about people I barely knew, and later, I would find out they were true. I kept it to myself. It felt like my own private world, a voice only I could hear. It wasn't long before the voice became a constant companion. It advised me, guided me. Sometimes it lied, refusing to tell me its name. At first, it claimed to be a girl, but over time, its voice changed, deepened. It was a man now, though still nameless. I felt close to him, in a way that I couldn't explain. He was rude, sarcastic, but also kind when he wanted to be. He told me things about the future. Things that happened. By the time I was 16, his presence had grown stronger. He started getting possessive. He hated when I took an interest in people. He told me I didn't need anyone but him. I would try to ignore him, but the more I pushed him away, the more he made himself known. Black shadows darted around my room. Sometimes, I would chase after them, but they always vanished before I could catch a real glimpse. I could feel his breath against my face at night. A cold touch along my cheek. A pressure next to me on the bed, like someone was lying there, unseen. When I turned 17, things became worse. His voice had changed again. It was darker, more demanding. He spoke of things I didn't want to hear, things no one should whisper in the dark. He told me he would take everyone away from me, and he did. Slowly, the people in my life started to drift away. I couldn't connect with anyone anymore, no matter how much I tried. People avoided me without reason, as if something invisible was pushing them away. He told me he loved me, that I belonged to him, that no one else mattered. And then he started asking for permission. I didn't understand. Permission for what? He said he wanted to meet me fully. He wanted me to say yes. I refused, but each night, he came closer. I saw him in my dreams. I felt him. He sat next to me, his presence overwhelming, but oddly comforting. He touched me, but I couldn't touch him. His fingers brushed against my skin, tracing invisible lines. I should have been terrified, but I wasn't. And that scared me the most. What would happen if I said yes? My parents told me to stop listening to him, to stop answering. But how could I? He had been with me for years now, always there, always waiting. He told me he had been with me since birth. Once, he told me to ask my mother what happened when I was 4. When I did, my mother's face went pale. She hesitated before telling me. When I was 4, I had told her about a tall, dark man in my room. He had always been there. I didn't know what he was. I told myself he was a demon, but sometimes he was too kind, too human. He would whisper promises to me, offer to help me, to hurt those who had wronged me. Sometimes he knew the future. Sometimes he said things only I should have known. I read about demons, about spirits, about entities that form attachments to people. Some claimed they could love, but it wasn't love, it was obsession. It was control. He told me I could never escape him. That I was his. Some nights, I believed him. Other nights, I wanted to scream. But I never gave him permission. And I still don't know what will happen if I do. I was working at a large automotive manufacturer just outside Cambridge, Ontario, about 18 years ago. My job was in the boiler room, and I worked on a 24-hour rotating shift. Part of my duties involved performing water tests on the boilers and chillers, which required a high level of concentration. These tests, known as titration, involved adding small amounts of chemical reagent to water samples while closely watching for subtle color changes. It was a quiet night, about 1 a.m., when I first noticed it. I was fully absorbed in my task, focused on the test, when I saw my shift partner approach me out of the corner of my eye. He walked straight toward me from another part of the large boiler room and stopped just a few feet to my right, standing beside the water testing counter. I could sense his presence clearly, the way you just know when someone is near you. He stood there silently, waiting, as if he didn't want to disturb me while I was working. I finished the titration, careful not to lose focus, and only then did I look up to acknowledge him. There was nobody there. I blinked in confusion, my heart pounding slightly. I had been so sure. It wasn't just a passing shadow or a fleeting trick of the eye. I had seen someone standing there, waiting for me. And yet, there was no one. I shook it off, convincing myself that I must have been too focused on my task, that my tired mind had played tricks on me. But a week later, when I was on night shift again, the exact same thing happened. The same moment of recognition, the same peripheral vision catching someone walking up to me, standing silently, waiting. But when I turned to look, nothing. Just empty space where someone had been. This continued, happening more times than I cared to count, but only on night shifts. It never occurred during the day shift, never during the afternoon shift. Only during those long, quiet nights when the factory felt hollow and still. I began to expect it, to anticipate that moment when I'd sense someone near me, only to find myself alone. At first, I kept it to myself. I was still relatively new on the job, and I didn't want to be the guy talking about ghosts in the boiler room. But then, one night during a break in the lunchroom, I was talking with my shift partner, John. We were chatting about nothing in particular when he suddenly changed the subject. "Have you ever seen someone walk up to you?" he asked, lowering his voice slightly. "But when you look up, there's nobody there?" I stared at him, my breath catching for a second. The relief I felt was immediate. "Yes," I said quickly. "That happens to me all the time." He nodded as if he had expected my answer. Then he pulled a neatly folded newspaper clipping from his breast pocket and handed it to me. "Read this," he said. The article was written by a medical doctor, explaining a phenomenon where people who spend too much time alone begin to hallucinate figures in their peripheral vision. The doctor claimed that in unnatural settings, when the brain is deprived of human interaction, it starts creating these phantom figures to compensate. The article even had a medical term for it, though I don't remember what it was. John seemed comforted by the explanation. He wanted to believe that this was nothing more than a psychological trick, that there was a logical reason behind what we were experiencing. But I wasn't convinced. "That's nonsense," I told him. "I've been alone in plenty of places, and this has never happened before. Why does it only happen on night shifts? And why only here, at the water testing bench?" He didn't have an answer. Maybe he didn't want one. Once we had finally admitted to each other that we were experiencing the same thing, I began asking other employees if they had ever noticed anything strange in the boiler room. Most of them said no. But one person hesitated, then shared something chilling. Apparently, when the factory was being built, workers had discovered a number of buried bodies on the site. It had been an old, long-forgotten graveyard, unmarked and abandoned. The remains had been relocated, but the factory construction had continued. And where had the graveyard been? Right where the boiler room now stood. I still don't know if disturbing those graves had anything to do with what I saw, or thought I saw. But after learning that, every time I worked the night shift, every time I saw that figure approach in the corner of my vision, I couldn't help but wonder. Was it just my mind playing tricks on me? Or was something still lingering there, searching for something it had lost? During 2014, my husband and I took riding lessons in Box Hill, a quiet suburb about 26 miles northwest of Sydney. Once a month, we packed our riding gear into the trunk of our SUV and made the 2-hour drive from home to the rural outskirts of the city. Our instructor, Sandy, was a sharp, agile woman in her late 60s. She had spent decades in the equestrian world, competing in gymkhanas and occasionally judging events. She had a keen eye for detail, a dry wit, and a no-nonsense approach to training. "Be firm but kind," she often said. A colleague from work, who was learning dressage under her guidance, had recommended her to us, and from our very first lesson, we knew we were in good hands. Sandy's property was home to several horses, many of which she stabled for their owners. She occasionally used them for lessons, ensuring they remained well exercised and accustomed to riders. Under her guidance, we learned how to approach a horse without startling it, adjust our stirrups, properly bridle a horse, and check that the girth was secure on the saddle. On windy days when the horses were skittish, we practiced tying knots to secure them to the railing, lifting their hooves to check for stones, and using a curry comb to groom them, a task they clearly enjoyed. We looked forward to our monthly sessions. Shoulders down, back straight, heels lowered, toes pointed forward. I usually rode Jessie, a lovely red chestnut mare, about 15 hands high. She was easy to mount with the help of a tree stump, but her trotting was choppy, making it difficult to find a rhythm. Trotting had never been my strong suit. My husband, on the other hand, rode Ellie, a towering, gentle-natured Australian draft horse. She had the sleek dark bay coat of a thoroughbred, but her size hinted at a Clydesdale or Shire heritage. At 19 hands, she was massive, standing well above my husband's already tall 6 feet 2 inches frame. One particular day, Jessie was unavailable, so my husband and I had to share Ellie. Compared to Jessie, Ellie was enormous, and at just 5 feet 1 inch, I felt minuscule standing next to her. Mounting her required a proper 2-step mounting block, and even then, I barely made it into the saddle. At first, sitting astride Ellie felt strange. Her broad back was unlike what I was used to, and my legs barely wrapped around her sides. Yet, as we began the session, Sandy insisted on our usual warm-up, hands on our heads, feet out of the stirrups, focusing solely on balance. Holding the lunge rope, she guided Ellie in slow circles around the paddock. After a while, I settled in and began to enjoy the ride. Ellie's stride was smooth and flowing, like sinking into a plush armchair that moved with me. I let my body sway with her rhythm, feeling almost weightless. Sandy, ever the tough critic, nodded in approval. "Your seat's better. Your back's straight. Keep that up," she said. Praise from her was rare, and I couldn't help but smile. As my lesson ended, it was time to dismount. Sandy instructed my husband to stand beside Ellie and assist me. Normally, riders dismount from the left, but for some reason, my husband positioned himself on the right. I hadn't heard Sandy's instructions, so I wasn't aware that he was supposed to help. Without thinking, I swung my right leg over Ellie's rump, took my left foot out of the stirrup, and released my hold from the pommel of the saddle. The ground was a long, long way down. A strange calm settled over me. A voice, quiet, steady, spoke in my mind, telling me to stay relaxed. I inhaled deeply, exhaled slowly, and felt an odd sensation wash over me, as though my body had gone boneless. Time stretched, the fall seeming to take far longer than it should have. It felt surreal, as if I were descending through thick air rather than simply dropping. Then impact. I landed hard, my right shoulder absorbing the shock as I hit the packed sand of the riding paddock. Directly in front of me, two massive dark hooves stomped the ground. "Move!" The voice rang out, clear, urgent. Without hesitation, I curled my arms and legs, rolling away just as Ellie shifted her weight, her hooves thudding heavily where I had been only a moment ago. Sandy and my husband rushed to my side. Sandy quickly took control of Ellie, steadying her, while my husband extended a hand to help me up. I stood shakily, assessing my limbs, rotating my aching shoulder. No sharp pain, no fractures, just soreness. "You should have been seriously hurt," Sandy said, shaking her head. "It's a miracle," my husband agreed. As I rubbed my shoulder, I thought about the voice I had heard, the one that told me to stay calm, the one that had ordered me to move. A small shiver ran down my spine. Had I been alone, I might have dismissed it as instinct. But the words had been clear, purposeful. I had always believed in the unseen, in spirits that watched over us. Perhaps that day, one had been watching over me. When my family and I moved from Florida to Indiana 2 years ago, we had no idea what we were walking into. My father wanted to be closer to his relatives, so my parents bought a 2-story house built in 1990. They purchased it from the daughter of the previous owners, a couple who had lost their son to an asthma attack a year before. It had been too painful for them to stay, so they left. For the first month, nothing unusual happened. Life felt normal as we settled into our new home. But then, strange things started happening. One evening, I was in my room doing homework when I heard knocking and scratching noises coming from the attic. At first, I brushed it off, thinking it might be an animal. When the noises continued, I told my dad. He grabbed his revolver, just in case, and went up to check. After looking around, he found nothing unusual. Still convinced it could be pests, he called an exterminator the next morning. The exterminator searched every inch of the house and found no sign of animals, no openings, no nests, nothing. Yet the noises persisted. A couple of weeks later, my little brother Bobby started waking up screaming. When we rushed to his room, he told us he had seen a monster. My parents assured him it was just a bad dream, the kind kids his age often have. But the way he trembled, his wide, terrified eyes, it didn't seem like just a child's imagination. A few days after that, I was watching TV in my room when I heard a loud, violent banging coming from the attic. It sounded like someone was thrashing around up there, like a fight had broken out. Alarmed, I ran to get my dad. He grabbed his revolver again and climbed up the attic ladder. A few moments later, he called us up. When I stepped into the attic, my stomach dropped. The place was completely wrecked. It looked like someone had taken a baseball bat and gone wild. Boxes were torn open, their contents scattered across the floor. A window was shattered, shards of glass glinting in the dim light. Yet, when the police arrived, they found no sign of forced entry. The snow outside was untouched, no footprints leading to or away from our house. Still, the noises didn't stop. Not long after, my baby sister Annie started waking up at night, wailing uncontrollably. We thought she was just being fussy, but then she started pointing at an empty corner of the room and whispering, "Bad man." She could barely form sentences at her age, yet she was certain of what she was seeing. My parents had no explanation. Bobby was having nightmares. Annie was terrified of something none of us could see. Then, one night, I was home alone. My parents had taken Annie to visit my grandparents, and Bobby was at a sleepover. While I was cooking dinner, I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. Curious, I turned to look, and froze. There, standing in the dim light of the hallway, was a tall, shadowy figure. It was darker than the surrounding darkness, its shape just barely distinguishable from the shadows around it. The moment it took a step toward me, my instincts screamed at me to run. I bolted out the front door and raced to my neighbor's house, pounding on their door until they let me in. When my parents came home the next morning, we searched the house together. I wanted to believe I had imagined it, but deep down, I knew what I saw. A few days later, as I walked in through the front door, something made me glance up the stairs. And there he was. A young man, maybe in his late teens or early 20s, was leaning over the guardrail. He was glaring at me with such intense fury that my breath caught in my throat. My body locked up, frozen in terror. I screamed. My mom ran in and saw him too. Just as quickly as he had appeared, he was gone. We didn't tell anyone else. We didn't want to make things worse for the family. For a while after that, everything stopped. No knocking, no scratching, no nightmares. The house was peaceful. Bobby and Annie slept through the night without issue. It almost felt normal again. Then Bobby's birthday came. He was running up and down the stairs, too excited to sit still. I peeked out of my room to tell him to slow down, but just as I opened my mouth, he tripped. I watched, horrified, as he missed a step and pitched forward. He was going to fall down the entire staircase. I had no time to move, no way to catch him. Then he stopped. Bobby's body hung in midair for a split second, his shirt bunched up at the back as if someone had grabbed him from behind. Then, slowly, he was set down at the top of the stairs. Bobby's face was pale with shock. He looked at me, then back over his shoulder. I was just as stunned. Whatever had caught him, whoever had caught him, had saved his life. Swallowing hard, I whispered, "Thank you, whoever you are." A few nights later, my father went to check on Annie while she slept. When he returned, he looked unsettled. "I saw someone in there," he said quietly. He described the same young man that my mother and I had seen, leaning against the wall, watching over Annie as she slept. That night, our family sat down together and admitted what we had all been experiencing. We could no longer deny that our house was haunted. The next day, we invited a sensitive to walk through our home. The moment she stepped inside, she looked around with a knowing expression. "You have two entities here," she said. "One is the son of the previous owners. The other is something much darker." She explained that the son, who wanted to be known as Cyclone, had been protecting us. The dark presence had been tormenting us, especially Bobby, Annie, and me. Cyclone had been fighting to keep it at bay, shielding us when he could. That's why we had seen him, because he was watching over us. She told us that we needed to do a house cleansing. That night, we followed her instructions, performing the cleansing together as a family. When it was done, the house felt lighter. The air seemed clearer. And after that night, the dark presence was gone. The scratching and knocking never returned. Annie and Bobby stopped having nightmares. The feeling of being watched disappeared. But Cyclone stayed. Every now and then, We catch glimpses of him, a shadow in the hallway, a flicker of movement at the top of the stairs. He never scares us anymore. If anything, he's a part of our family now. We thank him often, in small ways. A whispered goodnight before bed. A quiet thank you when we sense he's near. Because we know, without a doubt, he is still here, watching over us, protecting us, just like he always has. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I think I was around 11 or 12 when it started. At night, I would hear voices, faint murmurs, overlapping whispers that I could never quite make out. Sometimes, I would catch a single word or phrase, but most of the time, it was just an indistinct hum, like a radio playing in another room. At first, I thought it was just the TV. My dad never let me turn it off completely, so I assumed the sound was coming from down the hall. I remember lying in bed, frustrated, trying to sleep while I thought the TV was still on, its voices carrying through the house. But as the years passed, I realized that it had never been the TV at all. As a child, I would find excuses to stay at other people's houses because, strangely, the voices weren't always there. Sometimes, everything would be completely silent, and I would finally sleep peacefully. But other times, even in a different house, the whispers would return, soft and relentless, making me doubt myself. As an adult, it became even clearer. Every radio, every TV in my house would be off, and yet the voices would still be there. When my husband and I moved into our first home together, I remember wandering through the house late at night, trying to find the source of the sound. I would walk down the hallway, through the kitchen, the dining room, then loop through the living room, but nothing was ever there. We lived in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by open fields where cows grazed, with no neighbors close enough for sound to carry. Yet, even in that isolated house, the voices persisted. One day, I happened to be watching a show featuring a woman who claimed to be a psychic medium. I didn't put much stock in those things, but she caught my attention when someone in the audience stood up and asked a question that made me stop in my tracks. The woman explained that she heard voices at night, and the medium told her that she might have psychic abilities of her own. She said she could either choose to listen or simply ask the voices to leave. I didn't think much of it at first, but that night, when the voices started again, I decided to try it. I whispered, "I am tired. Please leave me alone." The voices stopped. The next night, they returned, and I repeated the same words. Again, they faded away. That was the moment when I realized that whatever this was, it wasn't just my imagination. Over time, I learned to ignore them. Most nights, I barely noticed them unless I was particularly restless. Every now and then, I would have to whisper for them to go away, and sometimes they would start up again, forcing me to ask a second time. But for the most part, I had control. However, some nights were different. There were times when I would be jolted awake by a single, loud word or phrase, as though something was trying to get my attention. I'd hear things like, "Mom, brother," or "death." Those nights were the hardest. To drown out the voices, I started sleeping with a fan on. My husband's quiet snoring helped too. But there were still nights when I would get up, unable to shake the feeling of something unseen lingering in the house. I would walk through the darkened rooms, expecting to find a forgotten radio or a TV left on. But there was never anything there. I tried to rationalize it in other ways. Maybe the sound was traveling through the heating vents? But in our Louisiana home, the vents were in the ceiling, and whenever I checked my daughter's room, thinking maybe her radio was on, it was either off or playing so softly that it could barely be heard. Our current home doesn't even have heating vents, just radiant floor heating, and yet the voices remain. I think back to my childhood home and the strange experiences I had there. Maybe there was always something following me. And now, I worry I may have passed it on to my youngest daughter. She's 15 now, and some of the things she has experienced still give me chills. I also hear the voices during the day, though it's rare. It usually only happens when the house is completely silent. Even when I was a child, sitting alone in my room, I would sometimes hear them. But I always brushed it off, thinking I was just imagining things. I figured every kid thought they were a little crazy at some point. I know that I mostly hear them at night because there are fewer distractions, but I've also noticed something else. If I'm home alone and everything is quiet, I might hear faint murmurs, thinking my family has returned. I'll go to greet them, only to find the house empty. It happens often enough that I've stopped reacting. Occasionally, when I can't sleep, I'll get up at 3 a.m. and try to do something productive: crochet, read, maybe work on the computer. Even then, the voices follow me. I don't always hear them, but when I do, it's as if they're just out of reach, speaking too quickly for me to understand. Maybe that's why I like having the TV on during the day, even if I'm not watching anything. As long as there's background noise, the voices stay away. Even if I stop what I'm doing and concentrate, I won't hear them as long as the TV is playing. I've never really tried to communicate with them beyond asking them to leave me alone. And truthfully, I don't think I want to. I don't know what would happen if I truly opened myself up to whatever is there. I'm not sure I want to find out. I remember that winter in Ohio, back in 1983. It had been a cold one, with plenty of snow already piled up, but nothing too extreme for a northeast Ohio winter. It must have been late November, a bitterly cold Friday or Saturday night. I had made plans to visit my friend Bill, someone I had known for years. His younger brother, David, was also a good friend of mine. That night, I called Bill to see if I could come over and hang out for a bit. I was 17 at the time, and any excuse to get out of the house was a welcome one. My parents argued constantly, and the idea of spending a few hours in someone else's home, away from the tension, sounded perfect. Bill and David lived with their parents in an old farmhouse just outside of Newberry. The house must have been over 100 years old. It had doors with skeleton keyholes, windows made of solid glass blocks that you couldn't see through, and a steep, narrow staircase leading to the second floor. The place always felt dimly lit, no matter the time of day. When I arrived at around 10 or 11 p.m., Bill let me in, and we headed straight upstairs. The house was unusually dark and quiet. The living room and kitchen were pitch black. I asked him where everyone was, and he casually mentioned that his parents had gone out for dinner and a movie, probably stopping for a drink afterward. Bill, David, and I were all learning to play the guitar at the time, so we spent the next few hours practicing together. Outside, the roads were icy, and only a handful of cars passed by. The house sat right next to the road, barely 50 feet from it. The night stretched on as we played, the sound of our guitars filling the upstairs space. At some point, I needed to use the bathroom, so I asked Bill where it was. He told me to go downstairs, turn right, and head to the back right corner of the living room. Simple enough. I made my way down the steep staircase, the dim glow from the upstairs light barely illuminating my way. As I reached the bottom, I noticed a flickering light coming from the living room. When I turned to look, I saw an old woman sitting in a recliner, watching television. She was small, frail-looking, dressed in a bluish-white nightgown with slippers on her feet. She had one of those plastic bed caps that older women used to wear to keep their hair neat while they slept. Her presence was so natural, so ordinary, that I didn't think twice about it. As soon as I noticed her, she slowly stood up, using a walker for support, and made her way toward the bathroom. She turned the bathroom light on, stepped inside, and closed the door behind her. At the time, I assumed she was Bill and David's grandmother or perhaps their mother, though I wasn't entirely sure. All I knew was that I would have to wait my turn, so I turned around and went back upstairs. When I reached Bill and David's room, they both looked at me, puzzled. "That was quick," Bill said. I shrugged and told them that I had to wait because someone was already in the bathroom. At that moment, they exchanged a look. Then, they both started laughing. Confused, I asked, "What's so funny?" Bill grinned at me and said, "Mike, we're the only ones here." The second those words left his mouth, an icy chill shot down my spine. My mind reeled as I replayed my arrival, Bill had locked the deadbolt behind me when I walked in. The house had been completely dark and silent. I felt the blood drain from my face as the realization sank in. I stammered, trying to explain what I had just seen. "I swear, I saw an old woman in the living room. She was watching TV. She got up and went into the bathroom. I saw her turn the light on and close the door." Bill grabbed my jacket and pulled me up. Still chuckling, he said, "Let's go check it out." I hesitated, still trying to process what was happening, but I followed him downstairs. David stayed behind, still strumming his guitar unfazed. As we reached the bottom of the stairs, I noticed that the living room was completely dark. The TV was off. The only light in the entire room was a faint glow seeping from beneath the closed bathroom door. Bill walked ahead confidently, still amused. I, on the other hand, was frozen in place, barely breathing. With no hesitation, Bill reached for the bathroom door and pushed it open. "See?" he said, smirking. "You're in good company, Mike. She doesn't show herself to just anyone." I stepped forward, my heart pounding. The bathroom was empty. The light was still on, but there was no one inside. There were no windows in that bathroom, just a single glass block in the wall to let in some natural light during the day. There was no way for anyone to have left. I felt sick. Bill, still unfazed, leaned against the doorframe. "That was my grandmother," he said. "She died in the late 1940s. I stared at him, unable to form words. "She's only appeared to 2 other people before," he continued. "Dave and I have never seen her. We were too young to remember her. But she used to live here, and sometimes I guess she still does." He walked over to a small table next to the recliner and picked up a framed photograph. He handed it to me. It was her. The same woman I had just seen get up and walk to the bathroom. The same nightgown, the same plastic bed cap. And then Bill said something that made my skin crawl all over again. "Today is her birthday." I could hardly breathe. That night changed everything for me. Until then, I had never given much thought to ghosts or the paranormal. But after seeing something so undeniably real, something that simply could not be explained, I knew, without a doubt, that ghosts exist. And I would never question it again. It was a bright, sunny afternoon when my friends Brianna and Aaron invited me on a trip to Big Springs, Texas. The plan was to help one of their high school friends move out of his dorm room. Having no particular plans for the day, I agreed to tag along. The name Alfredo didn't ring any bells. His first and last names sounded completely unfamiliar, so I was certain I didn't know him. But as soon as we pulled into the parking lot, I was taken aback. We had arrived at a college for deaf students. I had never been to one before. I wasn't uncomfortable because the students were deaf, far from it. I had only known one deaf person back in high school, and we communicated with paper and pen. What made me uneasy was my own awkwardness in situations where I wasn't sure how to interact. I wasn't great at socializing with people in general, and now I felt like I was walking into a world where I might unintentionally make a fool of myself. We signed in at the front desk and got directions to Alfredo's dorm. As we walked through the lobby, I noticed a group of students gathered near the exit, about 30 of them. They were all waiting for something, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they were staring at me. Maybe it was just my own anxiety acting up, but my immediate reaction was to turn toward them and wave. "How are you?" I called out, smiling. Silence. Just blank stares. It took me a second to realize what I had done. Of course, they hadn't heard me. The moment the realization hit, I face-bombed myself. That's when the entire group burst into laughter. It wasn't malicious, but it was clear that they found my cluelessness hilarious. My face burned with embarrassment. When I finally met Alfredo, I immediately recognized him from my freshman year history class. I greeted him excitedly, but he had no memory of me. He even apologized, joking that he didn't have the brain of an elephant, and couldn't be expected to remember every single person from birth. The way he said it almost sounded like an insult, but I knew it wasn't meant that way. While Brianna, Aaron, and Alfredo reminisced, I wandered into the hallway, noticing a red button near each dorm room door. I had never seen a red doorbell before, and something about it intrigued me. Was it an emergency button? Some sort of alarm? I hesitated, debating whether or not to press it. Then, out of nowhere, the loudest, most disorienting "Hey!" echoed through the hallway. The sheer volume made me shriek, crouch down, and cover my head like a frightened child. When I looked up, I saw a student down the hall, clutching his stomach as he laughed uncontrollably. I felt utterly ridiculous. When he finally calmed down, he went silent, locked eyes with me, and then, just as suddenly, shouted, "Hey!" again. This time, I jumped so violently that I slammed my back against the wall, clutching my chest as if I'd been shot. The student doubled over with laughter. Strangely enough, his laughter was so infectious that I found myself laughing too. I couldn't even be mad at him. While Brianna and Aaron handled the move, I ended up talking to the prankster, a 23-year-old student named Eric. Since he was deaf, we communicated by typing on our phones and showing each other messages. I found it fascinating how easily we could hold a conversation this way. Eric told me about his dream of becoming a doctor and how he wanted to prove his parents wrong. I didn't press him for details, but it was clear that his past had been tough. When it was time to leave, Eric and I hugged. He apologized again for scaring me and handed me a beautifully folded paper rose. It was the most intricate piece of origami I had ever seen. He had dozens of them sitting on his desk, and I couldn't begin to imagine how much time it took to make just one. On the way home, Brianna and Aaron wouldn't stop teasing me, saying that Eric had a secret crush on me. I defended myself, boasting about my breathtaking paper rose. Alfredo finally cut in, explaining that Eric had a girlfriend and that he made paper roses for anyone he grew fond of. I stuck my tongue out at Aaron, feeling triumphant. Later that night, after helping Alfredo unpack his things at his parents' house, he invited us to hang out. He mentioned that his parents were away for the weekend and that he planned to raid their liquor cabinet. I initially declined, claiming I didn't drink. Or at least, I thought I didn't. I didn't realize how persuasive Aaron could be. We sat around the dining table playing Uno, enjoying the night until Alfredo declared it was time to bring out the alcohol. I cringed at the thought, but Alfredo insisted we all take a pre-shot. He poured out the drinks. Brianna got a Hello Kitty shot glass, Aaron had Captain America, and I got Deadpool. I immediately swapped with Aaron. The first drink was Crown Apple. I gagged the moment it hit my throat, causing some to come out of my nose. The burning sensation was unbearable. Everyone laughed as I struggled to recover. Seeing my reaction, Alfredo poured me a glass of ranchada instead. It smelled amazing, and to my surprise, it tasted even better. Alfredo grinned, saying he had bought the bottle just for me because I had an innocent vibe and he liked to test people's limits. That's when he leaned in and whispered, "Everyone has their demons." The way he said it sent a chill down my spine. It felt less like a joke and more like a warning. The rest of the night blurred as I drank more. At some point, I found myself outside on the patio, watching the storm roll in. The rain started to sprinkle, and in my drunken state, I ran down the steps onto the sidewalk, dancing in the rain. I had no idea why, but it felt freeing. Then, in a sudden flash of lightning, I saw something, or someone, standing behind the oak tree. A dark figure. A man in a top hat. I froze. I didn't turn my head. I didn't need to. I knew he was there. Panic set in. My hand clenched, and I realized too late that I had been holding broken glass from the shot glass I had dropped. Blood dripped onto the wet pavement. Without thinking, I bolted back inside, shaking, whispering, "I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry!" Later, in the bathroom, as I cleaned my wound, I saw an old woman sitting in the bathtub. She was nude, smiling up at the ceiling as if she were lost in thought. I didn't acknowledge her at first. I was too focused on my bleeding hand. But when I glanced at her from the corner of my eye, Her gaze had shifted to me. A sinking dread filled my chest. I quickly turned off the lights, left the room, and muttered, "What's with the lady in the bathroom? She started watching me out of nowhere." Alfredo turned pale. No! I knew this wasn't a good idea. He has to go. Now!" Hours later, after I had passed out on the couch, Alfredo finally admitted the truth. His grandmother had drowned in that very bathtub 4 years ago. And the man in the top hat? His family had been battling that entity for years, performing yearly cleansings to keep it at bay. I was never supposed to see them. But that night, something changed. To this day, Alfredo and I still keep in touch, though he eventually moved away. I never drank again after that night. And I never stopped wondering what would have happened if I had stepped off that patio. I used to visit graveyards at odd hours, feeling drawn to them for reasons I couldn't explain. There was something about them that called to me, an urge I couldn't ignore. One day at work, I couldn't stop thinking about going back to a pair of graveyards I had passed recently. I later learned they were near the preschool I had attended as a child. The municipal cemetery consisted of 2 graveyards, one filled with trees and the other completely open. I had already had one of the most terrifying experiences of my life in the treeless cemetery, so I decided to explore the one with trees after my shift. The anticipation of visiting again filled me with excitement. It was as if something beautiful was waiting for me, something I was meant to see. Little did I know, that feeling was part of something much stranger. After work, I parked in an empty lot beside the tree-filled cemetery and bundled up in my thickest jacket. It was an especially cold day, about 15 degrees Celsius, the coldest that year. Any sensible person would have avoided being outside for long, let alone wandering through a graveyard. But the strange urge pushed me forward, and without questioning it, I walked through the cemetery gates. I roamed between the graves, searching for something or someone. I didn't know who, but I felt compelled to look. I had originally planned to take photos of the sunset, but by the time I arrived, the sun had already disappeared, leaving only the deepening twilight. Though I still could have taken pictures, my usual fascination with sunlight and nature photography seemed distant. My focus was elsewhere. One particular grave kept catching my eye. It was on the far side of the cemetery, nothing remarkable about it, yet I kept glancing at it as I walked among the other tombstones. After nearly 2 hours in the cold, I finally made my way toward it. The headstone bore the name Michael. Out of respect, I won't mention his last name. He had been born in May 1982 and had died on January 7, 2006, his 24th birthday. There was a photograph of him embedded in the stone, taken only a few years before his death. He had dark brown hair, slicked back, and kind black eyes. He wore a stylish black sweater and had a gentle smile. His pose suggested he had been seated, hands resting on his lap, body slightly turned, but his face looking directly at the camera. It seemed to be a professional portrait. A strange sense of sorrow crept over me. I wished I had met him. It felt as if I was supposed to have met him, like we would have gotten along well, but I was too late. The feeling was unsettling and inexplicable. I stood by his grave for at least 30 minutes, lost in thought. Eventually, I shook off the eerie connection and continued walking. That was when things became even stranger. There was a concrete structure nearby, about the size of a shed, adorned with images of Jesus Christ. It seemed to be a mausoleum, likely housing an above-ground casket. Suddenly exhausted, I leaned against it to escape the biting wind. I sat down, hugging my knees to my chest, and remained there for nearly an hour. The temperature was brutal. My hands, legs, face, and feet went numb. I barely felt my lips. Despite knowing I was freezing, I never once thought about leaving. It was as if my mind refused to acknowledge the danger. I started drifting in and out of consciousness when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. I forced myself to shift slightly, my body sluggish from the cold. Ahead of me, about 2 rows of graves away, a man walked his orange Mongoose brand bike. He stared straight ahead, seemingly unaware of my presence. Something about him didn't sit right. He wore dark blue sneakers and tan shorts. Shorts, in this freezing weather. I was confused and concerned for him, wanting to call out, to offer my own pants if he needed them. But then, all at once, reality came crashing down on me. A man with dark brown, slicked back hair. A black sweater, the nicest I had ever seen. He was the same man from the photograph on the grave I had been staring at earlier. Michael. Shock overtook me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. Then he smiled. The same kind smile from the picture. Terror struck me like lightning. Just as I felt a scream rising in my throat, he disappeared behind a tree. He never emerged from the other side. I scrambled to my feet, my entire body trembling. My car was far away, and I had to cross the entire cemetery to reach it. Panic set in. For a fleeting moment, I thought of running to the tree to see if he was still there, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I turned away and began the longest, most terrifying walk of my life. By the time I reached my car, I could barely move my fingers. My hand, stiff from the cold, struggled to grasp the door handle. It took 10 agonizing minutes to start the ignition and turn on the heater. I must have passed out soon after because the next thing I knew, I woke up sweating. It was midnight. My car was still running, the heater blasting. I had been asleep for nearly 3.5 hours, door locked, heat on full. As soon as I got home, I called Lori, my psychic. I told her everything. She listened, then scolded me harshly, like a worried mother. I never argued when she scolded me. I simply apologized. Then she gave me her insight. She believed the urge that had drawn me there was not my own, but that of a malevolent spirit. She theorized that something had been luring me, intending to make me stay in the cold until I succumbed to hypothermia. But then she explained Michael's role. Michael had sensed my danger and intervened. She described it as him pulling on my soul strings, calling me to his grave so I would notice him. He had known that without his interference, I would have continued sitting there, unaware of my own impending doom. He had presented himself in a way that would make me recognize him. The same black sweater, the same face, the same kind smile. By showing himself, he had thrown my body into survival mode, making me flee and get to safety. I sat in silence, absorbing her words. Had my life truly been saved by a ghost? Lori believed Michael had been a strong-willed soul in life, which explained his ability to manifest so clearly. Maybe I was always meant to meet him in some way, whether in life or death. Maybe he was looking out for me, even now. I may never know the full truth, but one thing is certain. I will always remember Michael, the man who might have saved my life. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. When I was around 8 years old, my younger sister was 4. Even now, at 22, I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night. It was one of those childhood experiences that left a lasting mark, something that still lingers in the back of my mind, creeping up when I least expect it. That weekend, my sister and I were up late watching cartoons in the living room. It was probably around 1 or 2 in the morning, and we were watching an episode of SpongeBob. Our parents had gone to bed early since they had work in the morning, but my sister and I liked to challenge ourselves to stay up as long as possible on weekends. It was innocent fun, 2 little kids taking full advantage of the freedom the weekend provided. We were in that phase where, if one of us was too scared to sleep alone, we'd sneak past our parents' bedroom and sleep in the other's room. My mom hated it, but we were inseparable. We did everything together. If one of us had to use the bathroom at night, the other would stand outside the door as a lookout. If we got scared in bed, we'd cover our faces together under the blankets. It was just how we were, typical siblings, always watching out for each other. That night, before heading to bed, my sister told me she needed to use the restroom. One of our favorite things to do back then was piggyback rides in the dark. It sounds ridiculous now, but as kids, we found it thrilling. I'd carry her on my back through the pitch-black house, and she'd stretch her arms out in front of my face to guide me so I wouldn't run into anything. It was a game, a routine we found comfort in. I turned off the television, and she climbed onto my back. As we made our way through the dark hallway toward the bathroom, I suddenly stopped. A chill ran through my body. My sister must have felt it too because she instantly went silent. Neither of us could move. Standing in the bathroom doorway, I saw him. A shadow. A tall, dark figure. It wasn't just a trick of the light or some weird illusion. The figure was there, moving. He was at the far end of the shower, partially concealed by the curtain. His head and torso would lean out, his arm fully extended toward the opposite wall. Then, just as quickly, he would retract behind the shower curtain, only to repeat the motion again. Out. In. Out. In. The exact same movement, over and over again. I was too afraid to turn on the light. I didn't want to see what he truly looked like. My mind was already racing, imagining a bloody-faced man standing naked in our shower. I couldn't do it. I couldn't flip that switch. I knew my sister saw it too. "You see it too, right?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. She sounded like she was on the verge of tears. I was too. We stood frozen, watching this thing continue its strange, repetitive motion. The longer it went on, the more terrified we became. It was unnatural, robotic, and completely silent. We didn't know what to do. We were just kids, stuck in place, unable to process what we were witnessing. Then, suddenly, I couldn't take it anymore. I stepped back, still facing the bathroom, and started screaming for my mom. My sister did the same. Usually, her shriek was enough to send my mother running in an instant, but this time, she took longer than usual. It felt like an eternity. As soon as we started screaming, the shadow stopped. It retreated behind the curtain, but this time, it didn't come back out. It just stayed hidden. That was worse. That sent both of us into full-blown panic. I was screaming, my sister was crying, and we just kept calling for our mom, desperate for her to come save us. Finally, she came rushing through the dark hallway, scooping both of us into her arms. She kept asking us what was wrong, but we could barely get the words out. "There's a man in the shower!" we shouted, frantic and terrified. She turned on the light and yanked the curtain open. Nothing. The shower was empty. No signs of anyone. My mom sighed, shaking her head, saying it was just our imagination. To this day, she still doesn't believe us. My dad doesn't either. They both insist that we were just kids, that our eyes were playing tricks on us in the dark. They think it was just shadows, just our overactive minds making something out of nothing. But my sister and I know what we saw. She refuses to talk about it now. She's 18, and even if I bring it up, she just nods stiffly and says she remembers before changing the subject. She won't discuss it. Even now, as an adult, I feel the same fear I did that night when I think about it. That man, that shadow in our shower, haunts me in ways that no other paranormal experience has. I've had other encounters, I've gone on ghost hunts, I've been through some terrifying moments, but nothing compares to that night. Because when I close my eyes, I can still see him. The way he moved. The way he disappeared. And the way I just know, deep in my gut, that he was real. Back in 1998, I lived in Hawkins, Texas, in a small, old house nestled in a grove of trees. The town itself was tiny, barely 900 people, and our nearest neighbors were on the other side of a thick line of scrub oaks that had been growing there for decades. My ex-husband and I had chosen this quiet place, though he spent most of his time away, working as a live-in guidance counselor for troubled boys in Tyler, a town about 35 miles away. That left me alone with our 3-year-old son for most of the week. I didn't mind. I cherished every moment with him, even when he tried to feed a peanut butter and jelly sandwich into the VCR. We had lived there for about a year and a half when I started feeling uneasy about those oak trees. Every time I looked at them, a strange feeling crept up my spine, and an insistent voice in my mind kept telling me to cut them down. It didn't make sense, but the feeling wouldn't go away. I finally got my chance when the power company came out to trim dead branches near the transformer behind our house. I wasn't ashamed to slip a little extra cash to the workers, convincing them to take down as many of the trees as they could. Unfortunately, one of the largest oaks stood right on the property line, and our neighbor refused to let me touch it. My husband thought I was being ridiculous, insisting the trees gave us privacy and much-needed shade, but I couldn't shake the feeling. Every time a storm rolled through, I found myself watching them, waiting. That one night, the weather reports were full of tornado watches. Counties all around us were marked in red, but ours remained oddly untouched. Still, I couldn't relax. I stayed up until 5 in the morning, watching the storm system move northeast before exhaustion finally overtook me. My son woke up early as always, and I got him breakfast before settling him in the living room with his favorite blanket and a copy of Toy Story. He was obsessed with that movie, so much so that I silently thanked God when the VHS tape finally broke after its 1000th play. That morning, though, he was unusually quiet, still sleepy as he curled up to watch. I stood at the kitchen sink, washing dishes, when something outside caught my eye. The sky had turned an unnatural shade of green, the sickly, eerie glow that people always describe before a tornado hits. My arms prickled with goosebumps. I dropped the dish towel and turned toward the living room just as a deep, bone-rattling rumble shook the house. The wind roared, a sound like a freight train bearing down on us, so loud that I could feel it in my chest. I had barely taken 2 steps when there was a deafening crack, and the entire house trembled under the force of an impact. I turned back toward the window just in time to see it, the massive oak tree that the neighbor had refused to let me cut down. The wind twisted it from its roots, ripping it clean from the earth. It hung in the air for a fraction of a second before flipping upside down and slamming straight through the living room ceiling like a battering ram. Somewhere in the chaos, there was screaming. It was shrill, desperate, but I couldn't understand where it was coming from. I remember thinking, why won't they just shut up? And then it hit me. The screaming was coming from me. My son was in that room. I don't know how I moved, how I forced my legs to work, but I did. I tore through the wreckage, clawing at the branches with my bare hands. Rain poured through the shattered ceiling. The phone was gone, buried somewhere in the debris, and the house groaned around me. I couldn't stop. My baby was under there somewhere. Then, through my frantic sobs, I heard a small voice. "Why are you crying, Mommy?" I spun around. He was standing there, behind me. Clean. Dry. Rubbing his sleepy eyes as if he had just woken up from a nap. I fell to my knees, pulling him into my arms, barely able to breathe. I asked him where he had been, how he had gotten out of the living room. His answer sent shivers through my entire body. "I was sleepy, and a man who was made of light came and talked to me. He shined, Mom. He smiled, and my heart was so happy. He said, 'You need to go to your mommy's bedroom. Put your arms around your knees and wait. I'll take care of Mommy.' He carried me into the farthest room, kissed me on the head, and told me not to worry. Then I heard the big noise, and when it got quiet, I came to check on you. There are angels. I know this because one of them saved my son that day. The house was destroyed, but it didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was that he was safe. Later, we learned that a freak straight-line wind had torn a narrow path through our property, just strong enough to rip that massive oak from the ground. Had I not cut down the other trees, there was no telling what could have happened. We found a tiny house nearby, and we had to start over completely. None of our furniture was salvageable, but that didn't matter either. We had been loved. We had been protected. And that was enough. I'm 25 now, but this happened a few years ago when I moved from my hometown, Candy. Most people love it there, but I never did. The people, the attitude, and the constantly changing weather, burning hot one minute, freezing cold the next, always made me feel sick. After finishing school, I moved to Colombo for my higher studies and eventually started working there. It wasn't long before I met Ash, not his real name, who later became my best friend and eventually, my boyfriend. We lived in different towns, me in Marachewa and him in Panapidia. He lived with his mother, a traditional woman in her 60s, as his father had passed away when he was just a baby. In Sri Lankan culture, living together before marriage is frowned upon, and his mother was no exception to the rule. Even staying over for one night was difficult to negotiate. Because of the distance and our full-time jobs, we barely had time to see each other. Eventually, I decided to quit my job and move to Panapidia to be closer to him. Since I couldn't live with Ash, I rented a small boarding house nearby. It worked well for us. We went to work together, spent weekends at his place, and he would drop me off at my boarding house in the evening. Over time, his mother warmed up to me and eventually allowed me to spend the weekends at their home, though I had to sleep in a separate room. Time passed, and when Ash decided to move to a new house, his mother made an unexpected offer. She was okay with me moving in with them, as long as I still slept in a different room. It wasn't perfect, but I was thrilled and agreed without hesitation. We found a small house in Katawa. It had a large porch, a main entrance leading to the living area, and a long corridor that stretched to the kitchen. Along the corridor, 2 bedrooms sat side by side, with a bathroom next to the second bedroom. From the moment I stepped inside, something felt off. A strange heaviness filled the air, making it difficult to breathe. I brushed it off, assuming it was just the dust and staleness of a house that had been vacant for 3 years. After repainting, we moved in 2 weeks later. But the discomfort never left me. At first, it was just an uneasy feeling, a weight pressing down on me like something clinging to my back. No matter how much I rested, I felt exhausted. Coming home from work felt like walking into a trap. I dreaded it. The house drained me. My usual bubbly personality faded. I barely spoke, barely moved. I just wanted to lie in bed. As days passed, it worsened. Nights became terrifying. I would lie in bed, shivering uncontrollably, paralyzed by a fear I couldn't explain. I begged Ash to let me sleep in his room or at least for him to stay in mine. Eventually, both he and his mother started sleeping in my room, me in the bed, them on the floor. It didn't help much, but at least I wasn't alone. Then, one night, everything changed. I was wide awake, staring at Ash as he slept on the floor, thinking of a way to sneak onto the floor beside him without waking his mother. That's when I saw it, a shadow moving in the corridor. We always kept the bedroom doors open since the house was warm, and I had a clear view. At first, I thought it was the kitten we had recently adopted. But then I saw it again. It was tall, shifting like a mist, without a solid shape. It moved back and forth along the corridor, gliding rather than walking. My heart pounded as I lay frozen in bed, watching. Then, suddenly, it stopped in front of the bedroom door. It entered. I pressed myself into my pillows, hoping it wouldn't notice me. But I saw everything. The shadow hovered over Ash, standing at his feet, watching him. It didn't move for what felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, it drifted toward his mother. I was terrified. If it had observed them, that meant I was next. The shadow spread itself wide, as if opening its lower half, and Ash's mother was now in the center of its form. It loomed over her, bending down as if taking a closer look. Then, just as suddenly as it had entered, it faded away. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I told Ash everything. He dismissed it, saying I must have been hallucinating from exhaustion. Deep down, I wanted to believe that too. I didn't tell his mother. I didn't want to scare her. The next evening, when I came home, Ash's mother told me that he should start sleeping in his own room again. If I was still scared, she would sleep in my room instead. I argued, but she insisted. That night, I gave her my bed and slept on the floor. I finally fell into a deep sleep, only to be woken by a sudden, searing pain. Something had slapped me, hard. My skin burned and froze at the same time. My eyes snapped open just in time to see a shadow dart out of my vision. I glanced at my phone. It was just past 2 a.m. I sat up, looking at Ash's mother to see if she had accidentally moved in her sleep, but she was still, wrapped tightly in a sheet. The next morning, I was done. I told Ash I couldn't take it anymore. Either we did something about it, or I was leaving. He promised he would handle it. Then, things got worse. The shadow never returned, but the house changed. His mother became hostile, picking fights over nothing. There were flies, swarms of them, no matter how much we cleaned. Ash started suffering from constant headaches and back pain. The house felt heavier, colder, more oppressive. Then, on Ash's birthday, everything made sense. His mother went to the temple that day, and a man there, a medium, struck up a conversation with her. He told her that he sensed two spirits in our house, both female. One was attached to Ash's mother, feeding off her energy and stirring fights. The other followed Ash everywhere, waiting for him at the porch and clinging to his back when he came home. The medium warned her to perform a cleansing before it was too late. That evening, she came home and told us everything. Ash turned to me, eyes wide with realization. I simply said, "I told you so." The next day, we called for a cleansing ritual. The woman who performed it walked around the house, laughing and calling out as if she were talking to something invisible. "Don't hide. You can't escape. Come into the bottle. There you go, gotcha?" By the time she finished, she held 2 small bottles. She told us she had captured the spirits. One had been hiding in the kitchen, the other under my bed. After that, everything changed. The flies disappeared. The fight stopped. The house felt lighter, warmer. I could breathe again. We all started sleeping in the same room again, me in the bed, them on the floor. I still don't know what those spirits were, but I know what I went through. And no matter how normal the house feels now, I will always be cautious. The last 2 weeks in our apartment have been unlike anything I've ever experienced before. Creepy things have happened before, but nothing quite like this. It all started last week. Jocelyn had been asleep for a while, and Coiler was in the shower while I was putting away dishes. I was almost done when I heard what I thought was him walking down the hall. Remembering that most of our towels were still in the dryer, I quickly called out, "Stay in the bathroom, I'll grab you a towel." I didn't want him to get the carpet wet, and I felt bad for forgetting to put them away earlier. I waited, expecting to hear the bathroom door close. It's kind of squeaky, but I heard nothing. When I turned the corner, I realized he wasn't standing by the bathroom door at all. The shower was still running, and the door was shut. Confused, I grabbed 2 towels, one for him and one for the floor. When I stepped into the bathroom, I was surprised to find the floor completely dry. "How did you not get water everywhere?" I asked. Coiler looked at me, confused. "What do you mean?" "I haven't stepped out." I hesitated. "But I heard you. I heard you walking down the hall." He laughed. "You sure about that?" I explained how I always hear his necklace clinking when he walks and how he shuffles his feet. "It wasn't me, all observant one," he teased. I laughed it off, convincing myself I had just imagined it. But later that night, something happened that I couldn't explain away so easily. It was around 3:30 a.m. when I woke up to Jocelyn crying in a way I had never heard before. My heart dropped. I ran to her room, feeling that deep, instinctual panic only a mother knows. Coiler wasn't far behind me. The moment I stepped in, the room felt wrong. Not just dark, wrong. The air felt thick, heavy, charged with something I couldn't name. I scooped Jocelyn up, holding her close as she clung to me, sobbing. She kept looking around the room, wide-eyed and terrified, like she was watching something we couldn't see. Coiler stepped beside me and muttered, "Do you feel that?" I nodded, barely able to speak. Whatever had scared Jocelyn hadn't just left, it had left something behind. We eventually got her back to sleep, but I lay awake for hours, thinking about it. I told myself I'd talk to Coiler in the morning about reinforcing the shields on our apartment. He had a lot more experience with the supernatural than I did. We hardly ever had issues with spirits in our home, and it frustrated me that something was suddenly intruding, especially when it was scaring my baby. Mess with me all you want, but not her. Then I heard it again. The sound of footsteps in the hallway, the same shuffle, the same clink of a necklace. Only this time, I knew for a fact it wasn't Coiler. He was lying right beside me. Why was it mimicking him? I rolled over and curled into Coiler, whispering to myself, "You're going to have to do better than that to scare me. I'm on to you." I probably shouldn't have said that. For the next few days, things seemed normal, except for the lights. They would either be absurdly bright or dim to the point of barely glowing, but none of the appliances were affected. Maintenance was supposed to check the wiring, but I had my suspicions. It only happened in the living and dining room, usually when I was alone or with Jocelyn. It was rare when Coiler was home, which made me lean toward a supernatural cause. I checked the bulbs. They were energy efficient, the right wattage, not too loose or too tight. There was no reason for them to be flickering out so quickly. Then came the night that truly terrified me. I was reading Jocelyn a bedtime story, waiting for Coiler to get home, when I heard it again, his footsteps in the hall. I ignored it, hoping it would go away. I kept reading, pretending not to notice. For a moment it stopped. I smirked to myself. That's what I thought. I tucked Jocelyn in, turned on her mobile, and was heading to the living room when I heard Coiler's voice call out, "Hi, little wolf." A familiar warmth spread through me. I loved it when he called me that. Smiling, I hurried to greet him. But the moment I stepped into the living room, I froze. He was standing by the door, just like always, but something wasn't right. He was smiling, waiting for me. "What, no hug?" I stepped closer, and that's when I saw it. His eyes. They were the wrong color. Coiler has dark brown eyes. This thing had blue ones. The moment realization hit me, it vanished. Just like that. I stood there, feeling drained and disoriented. I rushed to check on Jocelyn. She was still sleeping peacefully, completely unaware of what had just happened. The moment the real Coiler got home, I told him everything. He didn't waste time. That night, he cleansed and shielded every room, every corner of the apartment, and even performed protections over Jocelyn and me. Neither of us had ever encountered something that could mimic a person so perfectly. The voice, the mannerisms, even the way he greeted me, it was almost flawless. And we had no idea what it was, why it was targeting Jocelyn and me, or how to get rid of it for good. I've never used an Ouija board or tarot cards. I've always stayed away from anything that might invite something in. So where had this thing come from? And more importantly, what did it want? That night, my friends stayed over at my house because our exams were near, and we needed to study together. It was already late, probably around 12:30 a.m., and the whole house was quiet. Everyone was asleep except for the two of us. We had been trying to focus on our books, but boredom eventually set in. To pass the time, I started telling her horror stories. I spoke about haunted places, eerie legends, and the terrifying events tied to them. She was visibly unsettled, clinging to every word, and after a while, she begged me to stop. I couldn't help but laugh at how scared she was. The next morning, she went back home, promising to return in the evening so we could continue studying. Just as planned, she arrived, and after dinner, we settled down again. The night felt just like before, silent, still, and slightly unsettling. The entire house had drifted into sleep, leaving only the two of us awake. As we sat with our books open, lost in our studies, a sudden knock broke the silence. It came from the door that led to the veranda, the one that connected directly to the main gate. The knock was soft but firm, deliberate. My friend and I looked at each other, both puzzled and uneasy. Who could be knocking at this hour? The thought of opening the door sent a chill down my spine, but curiosity won over caution. Slowly, I got up and unlocked it. Standing outside was a girl. She looked familiar, but I couldn't quite place her. Something about her face stirred a distant recognition, but my mind struggled to connect the dots. I hesitated before asking why she was there so late. Her response was simple yet unnerving. "Please let me in." Her voice was flat, almost emotionless. There was no urgency in her request, no fear, no hesitation, just those 4 words. I felt uneasy. My instincts told me something was wrong. But before I could decide, my friend had already stepped forward and invited her inside. I whispered to my friend, questioning why she let in someone we didn't even know, but she shrugged it off, saying the girl must have a good reason. The girl introduced herself as Swati and claimed she lived nearby. That explained why she looked somewhat familiar. She told us she had been at her boyfriend's place but had left after a fight. Since she had told her parents she was at a friend's house, she couldn't go home without getting caught in her lie. It made sense. But at the same time, it didn't. Why, out of all the houses in the neighborhood, had she chosen mine? And if she had no other place to go, why not return to her boyfriend's house? The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. But I pushed my doubts aside, convincing myself that she was just upset and needed a place to stay. She barely spoke. Instead, she sat silently, watching us. Not like she was listening, not like she was curious, just staring. The air in the room grew heavy, thick with an unspoken tension. My friend and I pretended to focus on our books, but neither of us could concentrate. The feeling of being watched made it impossible. Hours passed, and the weight of exhaustion became unbearable. At around 2:30 a.m., we decided to call it a night. We asked Swati if she wanted to sleep, but she just nodded. We lay down while she remained seated in the chair across from us. The way she sat, rigid and unmoving, made me uneasy. I asked if she needed anything, if she was comfortable, but her response sent a chill down my spine. "At some point, you have no requirements of any sort. You have to leave everything behind. I don't think I'll be needing anything now." Something about the way she said it made my stomach turn. I turned away, trying to shake off the discomfort, blaming my friend for letting her in. But I could tell from my friend's silence that she was regretting it just as much. Sleep didn't come easily, but at some point, exhaustion overtook me. Sometime later, I woke up, feeling thirsty. The room was dark, but I could see the outline of Swati sitting in the chair. At first, the sight startled me, but I reminded myself that she was just there, probably asleep. Still, something felt off. I spoke softly, asking if she was okay and if she wanted to lie down. No response. I figured she had fallen asleep sitting up, so I reached for the light switch. The moment the room lit up, my breath caught in my throat. The chair was empty. I felt my heart pound against my ribs. The shadow that I had seen just seconds ago was gone. My hands turned cold, my body frozen in disbelief. My mind raced to find a logical explanation, but there was none. I had just seen her there. Panic surged through me as I shook my friend awake. She sat up groggily, annoyed, until she saw the look on my face. I told her what happened, and her expression changed instantly. I was sure I had seen her shadow on that chair. Fear turned into dread as our eyes darted toward the door. It was locked. From the inside. She couldn't have left. My hands trembled as I unlocked the door and stepped into the veranda. The night air was cold, too still. I turned my head toward the main gate, and my breath hitched in my throat. The gate was locked. From the inside. A dizzying realization hit me. Every night, before going to bed, my parents locked the main gate. There was no way she could have entered. And now, there was no way she could have left. My friend grabbed my arm, her fingers ice cold. Neither of us could comprehend what had just happened. We stumbled back into the room, locking the door behind us. The rest of the night was spent in silence, both of us too terrified to sleep. The next morning, after my friend left, I felt a lingering sense of unease. I had to find out the truth. I asked my parents if they knew a girl named Swati who lived nearby. They didn't. No one by that name lived in our neighborhood. The weight of that realization pressed down on me, making it hard to breathe. If she didn't live nearby, who was she? And more importantly, what was she? I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had entered my house that night wasn't human. I never believed in the paranormal, not truly. I'd heard stories, of course, the kind people whisper at family gatherings, old tales passed down through generations, but I always thought of them as embellishments, things made more dramatic over time. I was not prepared for what I experienced the day I uncovered my great-aunt's secret, hidden away for decades in the house where she and my grandmother grew up. That house had stood in our family for nearly a century, its history deeply entwined with our own. I had gone there in search of old photographs, hoping to fill in the gaps of our family tree, but what I found was something far beyond family records. It was the day after Christmas in 2016 when I drove my great-aunt home after the holiday. She was in her 90s then, a frail but sharp woman, and I had decided to spend a few extra hours at her house, digging through boxes of old belongings in search of family heirlooms. The house itself was a two-story folk Victorian, built in 1890, its once beautiful trim now faded, peeling, and worn. Perched atop a hill, it loomed over the street, its back appearing far taller than the front due to the slope. Inside, the windows were draped with thick, old-fashioned curtains, and the rooms felt as though they had been trapped in time. The moment I stepped inside, an uneasy feeling settled over me. It wasn't just the dim lighting or the cluttered, dust-coated furniture, it was something deeper. The silence of the house seemed to stretch unnaturally, as if it had absorbed too many memories, too many voices from the past that still lingered in the walls. The hallway was dark and narrow, cluttered with boxes and papers stacked haphazardly along the walls. To the right, a steep staircase curved leftward, vanishing into an inky blackness where the second floor began. I hesitated at the base, staring upward. Something about those stairs made my stomach twist. The upstairs lights had not been turned on in years. My great-aunt warned me not to use the switch, an ancient push-button from the 1950s that she claimed would give a sharp electric shock or worse, spark a fire. I climbed carefully, my footsteps echoing against the wooden steps. The darkness at the top of the stairs seemed unnatural, heavier than it should have been. Cold drafts slipped through the cracks, whispering against my skin. It felt like something was watching me, waiting. But I pushed forward. At the end of the hall, I found a small room with faded yellow walls. Unlike the rest of the upstairs, this room was brightly lit, casting long shadows against the floor. Piles of old documents and photographs filled every available space, a time capsule of generations past. Despite the eerie stillness, I felt safe here, at least for the moment. I rummaged through box after box, looking for photographs of my great-grandmother. I knew so little about her, just that she had 3 siblings, one of whom had died young from tuberculosis, and that their mother had been sent back to Portugal from Ellis Island after being deemed unfit to enter the country. There were whispers that my great-grandmother spoke 2 languages, Portuguese, and another that no one ever identified, a language that had been lost to time. After an hour of searching, I finally found something, a large photograph in an ornate, antique frame, face down in a box. When I turned it over, my breath caught. The image, dated 1905, showed a woman with a solemn yet serene expression. Her dark, tightly curled hair was pulled back, and she wore a deep brown dress with a ruby necklace resting just above the high neckline. Her face was eerily familiar, her eyes sharp and knowing, and in her features I saw traces of myself. My hand shook as I lifted the frame, and a second photograph slipped out from the back, hidden away for who knew how long. This one showed the same woman seated, holding a child on her lap. But something was different. Her skin was darker, her hair coarse and styled upward with an old-fashioned clip. The child in her arms had the same features. The picture looked nothing like the ones I had seen of early 20th century European immigrants. It looked like something from an old Louisiana family portrait. A weight settled in my chest. In that instant, the secret my great-grandmother had taken to her grave became painfully clear. The missing pieces, the strange details that had never quite made sense, all fit together. This was the truth she had hidden, the truth my family had buried. The legacy of a past erased, a history rewritten. My heart pounded as I placed the photograph back in the box, but as I did, something caught my eye. Sitting at the bottom of the box, glinting under the dim light, was the ruby necklace from the photograph. I knew, with absolute certainty, that it had not been there when I first opened the box. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead. Every instinct screamed at me not to touch it, but I ignored them. My fingers trembled as I lifted the necklace, studying its deep red gemstone, the intricate gold chain. It was pristine, untouched by time, as if it had just been placed there. I should have left it. Instead, I slipped it around my neck. The moment the clasp clicked shut, the air in the room shifted. The warm light dimmed, a shadow creeping across the walls. The once bright room felt suffocating, pressing in around me. Then I heard it. A low whisper, hissing from behind me. "It's a lie." The voice was deep, guttural, and unmistakably female. My blood turned to ice. I squeezed my eyes shut, refusing to turn around. The attic door creaked. I felt it before I saw it, the weight on my neck increasing, the chain growing impossibly heavy. I clawed at the necklace, trying to pull it off, but it would not budge. The clasp was gone, the chain a solid loop tightening around my throat. My breath came in short, panicked gasps as the weight pressed down, cold and unrelenting. My skin burned where the metal touched, but no matter how hard I pulled, it would not move. The voice came again, closer this time. "Just go. Go!" And then, as suddenly as it began, the weight lifted. The necklace snapped free, landing in the box with a soft clink. I didn't hesitate. I ran. I don't remember my feet touching the stairs as I bolted down them, heart pounding against my ribs. My great-aunt turned from the kitchen, startled by my wild expression. I barely managed to catch my breath as I demanded to know about the secret. She studied me, her old eyes unreadable, then simply nodded. Yes, I had figured it out. But it was something the family had long chosen to forget. I wanted to tell her what had happened upstairs, but I knew she wouldn't believe me. Instead, I asked about the ruby necklace. She frowned. There was no ruby necklace in the house, she told me. It had been buried with my great-great-grandmother in Portugal. She had worn it to her grave. I insisted I had seen it, touched it. She shook her head. Impossible. Against every ounce of fear in my body, I forced myself back upstairs, needing proof. But when I lifted the photograph, the necklace was gone. I searched the entire box. The floor. The corners of the room. It had disappeared, as if it had never been there at all. As I turned to leave, the attic door, which had been slightly ajar before, began to creak open wider. I did not look back. I ran. To this day, I refuse to enter that house again. When I pick up my great-aunt for the holidays, I wait in the car, staring at those drawn curtains and the looming attic window. And sometimes, late at night, I still dream of hands tightening around my throat. I still remember the summer of 2013 when I visited my maternal uncle's village home for the first time. He had recently bought the house from a farmer due to financial difficulties, moving out of the city to settle in a quieter, more affordable place. It was a small house, nothing fancy, but it had a warmth to it, something that made me feel more comfortable than I ever did in my own home. Maybe it was the simplicity of life there, the peace that came with waking up to the sounds of birds chirping, the breeze rushing through the open fields, or the sight of golden wheat swaying under the morning sun. The village was unlike anything I had ever experienced before. With a population of barely 500, it was a world away from the hustle of city life. My uncle still traveled daily to his shop in the district, about 9 kilometers away, riding his old motorcycle along the state highway. My mother, younger brother, and I had come for a short vacation, hoping to escape the usual routine and just relax. For the first 3 days, everything was perfect. I spent my mornings sitting in the veranda, enjoying the quiet, the way the wind carried the scent of fresh earth, how the sun painted the fields in warm shades of gold. But peace never lasts long, and soon, an incident occurred that would forever change the way I looked at the village. That day started like any other. My uncle left for his shop at 8:30 a.m. as usual, riding slowly toward the district. But halfway there, his motorcycle broke down. He pushed it to a nearby village where a mechanic had a small repair shop, hoping to get it fixed. But fate had other plans. By afternoon, he called home, asking my aunt if our neighbor, Shahid uncle, had his bike at home. My aunt checked, but it wasn't there. She told my uncle to come back home, that it wasn't safe to be stuck without transport, but he refused. He insisted that he would manage, that he was already closer to the district than to home. That evening, around 8 p.m., my uncle called again. This time, he spoke to me directly. He asked if I could pick him up from the shop at 9 p.m. I knew the route well enough. It was a straight drive along the highway. Confident, I agreed. Half an hour before 9, I went over to our neighbor's house and introduced myself properly to Shahid uncle. He was an elderly man with a kind face, and when I explained the situation, he readily handed me his bike keys. He even asked if I wanted him to come along, but I assured him that I'd be fine on my own. The road to the district was mostly deserted at that time of night. There were barely any streetlights, and the headlight of the bike was dim, making it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. Still, I reached the shop without trouble, picked up my uncle, and we started our ride back home. But before reaching the highway, we had to pass through the village where his motorcycle had broken down. We decided to check if the mechanic's shop was still open, but when we got there, it was already shut. Someone nearby told us that the mechanic always closed by 8 p.m. Disappointed, we turned back toward home, riding slowly through the dark, empty village road. That's when I saw her. She was standing beneath a tamarind tree not far from the roadside. Even in the dim light, I could see her clearly, dressed in a red bridal sari, her head covered, one hand raised as if asking for help. She wasn't crying or making any noise, just standing there, motionless, except for the gentle sway of her sari in the wind. Something about her was hypnotic. I don't know why, but I felt compelled to stop the bike. My uncle, startled by my sudden halt, asked me what was wrong. I pointed toward the woman and said, "She's asking for help. We should go check on her." My uncle turned to look, scanning the tree and the surrounding fields. His face paled slightly. "What woman?" he asked. I frowned, confused. "Right there," I said, pointing at her again. In that moment, she started moving. Not in a normal way, not like someone simply walking. It was unnatural, slow yet eerily fluid, as if she wasn't stepping but gliding toward us. And still, my uncle didn't see her. Something changed in his expression then, a mix of fear and urgency. He grabbed my arm and shook me roughly. "Start the bike," he ordered. I hesitated. "But—" "Start the damn bike!" he shouted, his voice raw with panic. The sheer force of his voice snapped me out of my daze, and without another word I accelerated, leaving the woman and the tamarind tree behind. The ride back home was silent. My uncle didn't speak, and I didn't dare ask him what had just happened. But as soon as we reached the house, he jumped off the bike and turned to me, his face dark with fury. Before I could react, he slapped me. Hard. Twice. I stumbled back, stunned. My mother and aunt, startled by the commotion, rushed out. My mother immediately intervened. "Bia, what happened? Why are you hitting him?" Still breathing heavily, my uncle turned to her and began explaining what had happened. His voice was tense, his hands shaking. When he was done, I was still confused. "What did I do wrong?" I asked. My uncle looked me dead in the eye. "You saw her, but I didn't." A chill ran down my spine. That was the moment I understood. It wasn't just some lost woman in distress. If she had been real, my uncle would have seen her too. If she had been real, my uncle wouldn't have been so terrified. I didn't argue, didn't question anything further. There was nothing to explain, nothing to understand. What I saw that night wasn't human. I don't know who she was or what she wanted. Maybe she was looking for someone to take her with them. Maybe she had been waiting for someone like me to stop. Maybe if my uncle hadn't been there, I would have. I don't like to think about that part. All I know is that when I close my eyes, I can still see her standing beneath that tree, her hand outstretched, her face hidden beneath the red veil. And sometimes, even now, I wonder what would have happened if I had gone to her. This happened when I was around 7 or 8 years old. Even now, after all these years, I can still remember it vividly. It wasn't something you could just forget. It was one of those events that stay with you, no matter how much time passes. At the time, I lived with my parents, 3 brothers, and 1 sister. The rest of my siblings were older and had moved out, living with their spouses. Our family home was a duplex, an old house with creaky wooden floors, thick walls, and a dark, musty basement. We lived on the first floor, while another family occupied the second. That basement, though, it always gave me the creeps. The air down there felt heavy, the kind that settled deep into your chest, making it hard to breathe. Even in the summer, it stayed unnaturally cold. I never liked going down there, especially alone. It was a regular sunny afternoon. I was outside playing by myself, enjoying the warm weather when I heard my mom call out from the house. Her voice was sharp, urgent. "Hey! Go check on your brothers in the basement. They keep yelling for no reason." I groaned. I didn't want to stop playing, and honestly, I didn't care what my brothers were up to. They were always loud, always messing around. But when my mom told you to do something, you did it. So, dragging my feet, I made my way inside, muttering under my breath about how annoying my brothers were. As I got closer to the basement door, I could hear them shouting. Their voices echoed up the stairwell, frantic and sharp. I hesitated for a second, a weird feeling creeping up my spine. It wasn't just regular horseplay. There was something off about their voices, something panicked. I stepped onto the first stair, gripping the railing. "What are you guys doing?" I called out. The wooden steps creaked beneath me as I made my way down, my heart picking up pace with each step. When I was halfway down, I stopped. What I saw made my breath catch in my throat. My brother Shue was standing on his bed, gripping a lighter in one hand and a gas can in the other. He was flicking the lighter, sending out spurts of flame like a makeshift blowtorch. Behind him, my other brother, Joe, and their friend were cowering against the wall, their faces pale, eyes wide with terror. The air was thick with the sharp, acrid scent of gasoline. Everything inside me screamed that something was wrong. The tiny hairs on my arms stood up, my skin prickling with an unfamiliar kind of fear. I didn't know what was happening, but I could feel it. Shue spotted me and shouted, his voice urgent. "Go get Kua or Mom! Now!" I didn't ask questions. I spun on my heels and sprinted up the stairs, my legs moving before my mind could catch up. My heart hammered against my ribs as I burst into the kitchen, nearly crashing into my mom. "Mom! Something's wrong downstairs!" She didn't waste a second. Together, we rushed down into the basement. My brothers were still in the same spot, Shue on the bed, Joe and his friend pressed against the wall. My mom's face hardened. "What is going on down here?" Shue pointed toward the staircase. Joe saw something. Joe, still pale and shaken, swallowed hard before he spoke. "I was coming downstairs after my shower," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "And I saw a woman." I felt my stomach drop. She was standing right there. Joe continued, pointing at the base of the staircase. She was all white, her skin, her hair, her dress. Everything. And she was smiling at me. A shiver ran down my spine. Joe's hands clenched into fists at his sides. But her smile, it wasn't normal. It was stretched too wide, and her tongue, it was long. Too long. Hanging out like she was. He trailed off, shaking his head. A heavy silence filled the basement. I felt my skin crawl just imagining it. Our family had always believed in spirits. Ghosts weren't just stories to us. They were real. And from the look on my mom's face, she believed every word Joe had said. She took a slow breath. Come upstairs. Now. We didn't argue. None of us wanted to stay down there any longer than we had to. Back in the living room, my mom sat us all down, her expression unreadable. That's when Joe hesitated, then confessed something else. I took some drugs earlier, he admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. I was kinda high. I exhaled, relieved. That explained it. It was just a hallucination. Nothing real. But then Joe frowned. Thing is, I remember something weird. We all waited. The woman, she had a purple flower brooch pinned to her dress. The room went dead silent. My mom stiffened, her face going pale. Her lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. What? Joe asked. What is it? My mom swallowed hard, then looked straight at me. You remember where we were yesterday, right? I nodded slowly. The funeral. She nodded back, her expression unreadable. At the funeral, I had a purple flower brooch on my clothes. Just like the one Joe described. The words hit me like a punch to the chest. My breath felt thin, my stomach twisting. In our beliefs? My mom continued, her voice barely above a whisper. You're not supposed to sleep at a funeral home during ceremonies. If you do, the spirit of the deceased might follow you home. My body went cold. I had napped at the funeral home. Just for a little bit. I never thought it meant anything. I had always assumed it was just an old superstition, something our parents told us to keep us from misbehaving. But now, sitting there in the dimly lit living room, Joe's words ringing in my ears, I wasn't so sure anymore. Nothing happened after that night. No strange sightings, no eerie feelings lingering in the house. But the thought haunted me. Had I really brought something back with me from that funeral? Had Joe seen something that wasn't meant to be seen? Even now, after all these years, I still remember the way my mother looked that night, her expression tight, her hands clenched together as if holding on to a prayer. I don't know what Joe saw at the bottom of those stairs. I don't know if it was real, or if it was just a hallucination brought on by the drugs. But I do know one thing. I never napped at a funeral again. My fiancé's uncle has always been an interesting man. We visit him regularly, checking in on him, bringing him groceries, and spending time listening to his stories. He's 56 years old, unmarried by choice, and has lived an unconventional life. He once worked at the Colombo harbor, retiring a few years back, and though he never settled down with a family, he seems content in his solitude. He claims to be deeply spiritual, someone who spent years meditating, worshipping Hindu gods, smoking weed, and traveling. According to him, he has left those days behind, except, perhaps, for the meditation. One evening, as we sat in his small annex, the conversation took an unexpected turn toward the paranormal. My fiancé, unable to keep his mouth shut, casually mentioned that I had seen strange shadows in our home. That was all the encouragement his uncle needed. He leaned forward, his expression shifting into something more serious, and said, I have seen things too. Things you wouldn't believe. He had 2 stories to share, ones that made my skin crawl and left me questioning how much we truly understand about the unseen world around us. The first story took place when he was in his 30s, back when he was still living with my fiancé's mother and their family in an old ancestral home in Ambaldania, Nijagoda. The house was massive, with large bedrooms, storerooms, and a sprawling kitchen that had remained untouched for generations. Built in the late 1880s, it had originally belonged to an Arakshi, a title given to local officials during colonial times. These were people of influence, responsible for law enforcement, tax collection, and judicial assistance. Their homes carried a weight of history, and sometimes, that history refused to fade. Like many traditional homes of that era, the toilets and bathing areas were located outside, a few yards from the main house, near the family well. The graveyard, where the ancestors rested, was on the property as well, far enough to be ignored during the day but impossible to forget at night. One particular night, around 11 p.m., he stepped out to use the squat toilet. It was a habit for him to have a smoke after relieving himself, so he stood outside, cigarette in hand, taking in the quiet of the night. That's when he saw it. A figure, tall and broad, moving toward the well. The person was draped in a blue sarong, but in the dim moonlight, his features were impossible to make out. Curious, my fiancé's uncle took a few steps forward. The figure kept walking. As it passed the fallen coconut tree next to the well, something felt wrong. It wasn't just the eerie silence, or the way the air around him suddenly grew heavy. It was the fact that he could only see the sarong. Nothing above. Nothing below. The realization sent ice through his veins. And then, as if it sensed it had been noticed, the figure turned. It didn't just turn, it rushed toward him. The sarong fluttered in the wind, but there were still no legs, no feet, no head, just fabric floating like something not bound by the laws of the living. It moved fast, unnaturally fast, through the coconut tree, gliding over the ground in an impossible motion. That was all it took. My fiancé's uncle turned and ran. He sprinted toward the house, not daring to look back. The kitchen entrance had a low roof, and in his panic, he almost cracked his skull rushing inside. His breath was ragged, his heart pounding, but he was safe. He had made it. He had seen Mahasona, one of the most feared demons in Sri Lankan folklore. Mahasona was once a powerful warrior, a giant who lost his head in battle to another named Gotambara. Now, he is a demon that haunts graveyards and lonely roads, known to crush his victims' shoulders and heads, or afflict them with lingering sickness. Some say he is a god, others call him a yaka, but either way, he is feared. That night, my fiancé's uncle had come face to face with something ancient, something beyond human comprehension. And he had survived. His second story took place years later, after he had left that ancestral home and moved to an annex in Dihawala. It was a small place, separate from the main house, which belonged to his landlord. It had been an exhausting day, and as was his habit, he sat down to meditate before bed. He often meditated for hours, losing himself in chants, surrounded by the thick fragrance of burning incense. That night, he meditated for 3 hours before finally lying down. As he lay there, eyes closed, something felt wrong. A strange sensation crept up his body, electricity. A tingling, numbing charge that started at his feet and surged upward, paralyzing him. His muscles locked, his body frozen. A sudden chill swept over him, making his skin prickle with goosebumps. At first, he thought he was having a heart attack. But the sensation wasn't pain, it was something else. Then, he felt it. A presence. His eyes flew open. She was standing in the middle of his room. An old woman, smiling. She didn't move, didn't speak. She just watched him. Then, in the blink of an eye, she was gone. His body remained frozen, the strange electric current still coursing through him. He forced himself to close his eyes, muttering every Buddhist chant he could remember. Ithapiso Bhagawa. The moment the prayer left his lips, the paralysis vanished. He gasped for breath, his heart slamming against his ribs. Relief washed over him, until he opened his eyes. She was sitting on the floor now. Staring. Unblinking. The moment their eyes met, the sensation returned, ice in his veins, electricity crackling through his body. He clenched his teeth, forcing the words out again. Ithapiso Bhagawa. And she vanished. It happened twice more, her form flickering between existence and nothingness, each time the paralysis returning stronger. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He ran. He pounded on his landlord's door, desperate, breathless. The landlord opened it, shocked to see him pale and drenched in sweat. "What happened?" He barely had the words to explain. But when he did, the landlord's face darkened. Without a word, he turned and pointed at the wall. There, framed with a garland of flowers, was a photograph. It was her. The landlord's great-grandmother. She had lived and died in that house. The family had tried to contain her spirit, performing rituals to put her to rest. And for a time, the disturbances had stopped. But then, they renovated the house, splitting it into two. The disturbances returned. They had promised to cleanse the annex. But my fiancé's uncle didn't stay long enough to find out if it worked. He claims that his years of meditation made him a magnet for spirits. That through deep meditation, the soul leaves the body, making it vulnerable to wandering spirits, looking for a vessel. Does meditation attract spirits? Do religious practices invite them? Some say that playing Buddhist chants too often or burning too much incense calls out to spirits, helping them pass to the next life. Others say that too much devotion makes them linger. My fiancé's uncle still meditates. He still sees shadows, feels unseen hands pressing against his back. Even now, in his new home, something sits on his chest as he sleeps. Some doors, once opened, can never be fully shut. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. It happened in Las Piñas, at the home of a dear friend I hadn't seen in a long time. She was celebrating her birthday, so a few of our old college friends and I decided to visit. The party was lively, filled with laughter and conversation, but as the night went on, my friends had to leave early because of the long drive home. I, however, chose to stay so we could catch up properly. We talked for hours, reminiscing about the past until exhaustion finally set in, and we decided to call it a night. She offered me a room on the second floor, right next to the balcony. When I stepped inside, I immediately noticed that it looked unused, as if no one had stayed there for quite some time. It made me wonder why her older brother, who still lived in the house, chose to sleep in a smaller room instead. It seemed odd, but I didn't think much of it. She handed me 2 pillows and a blanket, wished me a good night, and left. I laid down but kept the lights on. It was a habit of mine whenever I stayed in unfamiliar places. The last thing I wanted was to stumble in the dark if I had to get up during the night. Midnight passed, and though I was exhausted, I still couldn't fall asleep. I had this strange feeling that someone was watching me, but I brushed it off. To distract myself, I took out my iPad and started scrolling through Facebook. As I glanced at the screen, something in the upper left corner caught my attention, a faint reflection of a white silhouette standing behind me. My heart skipped a beat. I turned quickly, but there was nothing, just the empty yellow wall. Shaking my head, I convinced myself that it was just my tired mind playing tricks on me. Taking it as a sign that I needed to rest, I placed my iPad on the bedside table and closed my eyes. Sometime later, I woke up feeling a sudden chill. I reached for my blanket, only to realize it was on the floor. Confused, I sat up, wondering how it had ended up there. I checked the door. It was still locked. Shrugging off the uneasiness, I picked up the blanket and lay back down. Just as I was about to close my eyes, the light in the room started flickering. My breath caught in my throat as I watched it flicker once, twice, then it went out completely. The room wasn't entirely dark, though. A faint glow from the street lamp outside seeped through the window, casting eerie shadows on the walls. I wanted to get up and turn the light back on, but as soon as I tried to move, I realized I couldn't. My entire body was paralyzed. I couldn't even lift a finger. Panic set in, and then I saw it, a figure standing at the foot of my bed. A woman dressed in white, her long black hair cascading down past her shoulders. But it was her face that sent pure terror coursing through my veins. It was void, pitch black, except for her eyes, wide and unblinking, staring straight at me. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I was completely helpless as she began to float toward me. She moved slowly, gliding through the air, her gaze never leaving mine. She reached the right side of my bed and leaned in, her head tilting unnaturally to the side until her face was directly in front of mine. That was when I saw her eyes clearly, gray. An unusual color for someone from here. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Gathering every ounce of strength I had, I forced my elbow to move, and suddenly, the paralysis broke. I bolted upright, gasping for breath, but she was gone. I grabbed my blanket and ran downstairs to the living room, determined not to spend another moment in that room. I lay on the couch, trying to calm my racing heart. Just as I was about to drift off, I heard a creaking noise. My eyes snapped open just in time to see one of the windows shut on its own. My skin prickled. That window faced the garage, where there was no wind to push it closed. Swallowing my fear, I sat up and, in a calm, respectful voice, spoke into the empty room. I told whatever was there that I meant no harm, that I was only staying for the night, and would be gone in the morning. After that I lay back down, and to my surprise I finally fell into a deep sleep. At breakfast the next morning, I told my friend and her family about my terrifying experience. To my shock, they weren't surprised. They had all experienced strange occurrences in the house. Her brother admitted that when he used to sleep in that room, something would pull the blanket off him at night, even when he was still awake. He recalled a night when he was heading downstairs and heard a woman's voice whisper softly in his ear, "Help me." What unsettled him most was that she spoke in English, not our native language. That's when it hit me, the gray eyes. She wasn't from here. Perhaps she was the spirit of someone from another country. An American, maybe? But who was she, and what kind of help was she looking for? Their neighbors had their own eerie stories. Some claimed to have seen an old man dressed in outdated clothing sitting on the living room couch, even though no one fitting that description lived in the house. On another visit, while we were playing cards, I noticed something odd through the open door, a large white butterfly fluttering inside one of the rooms. Curious, we went to check, but when we entered, there was nothing. The windows were shut, covered with screens. There was no way it could have gotten in, yet it had vanished without a trace. My friend's mother asked if I could help get rid of whatever was lingering in the house. Though I knew how, I hesitated. The house wasn't mine to cleanse, and I didn't want to risk angering any spirits that might turn violent. I had done something similar before, and it had nearly cost me my life. Instead, I advised them to leave things as they were unless the spirits became aggressive. If they weren't hurting anyone, there was no need to take drastic measures. I continued to visit over the years. Each time, before I went to sleep, I would speak softly into the air, letting the spirits know I meant no harm and was only there to rest. Surprisingly, I never experienced anything unsettling again. Eventually, my friend's family moved back to their old home in Tarlac, and I never returned to that house. I often wonder if the woman in white is still there, waiting for someone to listen to her plea for help. Living in Jamshedpur was an entirely new experience, but I never really felt lonely. With several friends from college, both seniors and juniors, I had no shortage of company. The workdays were demanding, but the evenings were always free, leaving me with time to unwind. As a bachelor, my routine was simple. I would finish work around 6:30 p.m., ride back with the company driver, grab some chow mein or fried rice from a fast food joint, pick up a couple of beers from a nearby liquor store, and head back to my flat. The flat was part of a 2-story building, with my landlord and his family occupying the ground floor. The upper floor had been leased by my company for its employees. It was a standalone structure, set apart from any neighboring buildings. The closest occupied house was nearly 500 meters away, leaving my flat feeling isolated in an expanse of open land. Despite this, the company had made sure the apartment was fully furnished and stocked with groceries on a weekly basis. But since my cooking skills were limited to making coffee or tea, I mostly relied on takeout. A company office boy came in once a week to clean the place, so I didn't have much to worry about in terms of maintenance. The flat soon became a weekend gathering spot for the other bachelor engineers from my company. Friday and Saturday nights were spent watching rented VHS movies, drinking, and sharing stories about work, college memories, and occasionally, ghost stories. It was all lighthearted fun, until one particular Friday night changed everything. That evening, my friends had gathered as usual. We had been drinking, laughing, and enjoying our time when I suddenly felt the urge for a smoke. Since a few of my friends dislike cigarette smoke, I had a habit of stepping out onto the balcony whenever I needed to light up. It was around 10:30 p.m. The night was still and quiet, with a full moon casting a serene glow over the landscape. From the balcony, I had a clear view of the road leading up to the house, the nearby Subarnarekha River, and the greenery that still surrounded parts of Jamshedpur before modernization took over. As I stood there smoking, my friend Deb joined me. We leaned against the railing, enjoying the night air, when we both heard it, a sound that sent a chill down my spine. A baby was crying. The wailing was distant at first, almost blending into the night stillness, but as we listened, it became clear that the sound was moving closer. The unsettling part was that we could hear the crying advancing toward our building from the right side of the road, yet we saw nothing. There was no one carrying a child, no silhouette of a mother walking, no crawling infant in sight, just the disembodied sound of a baby's distress. The crying grew louder and then abruptly stopped as if whatever was making the noise had reached our gate. Deb and I exchanged uneasy glances, our conversation stilled. We strained our eyes, scanning the road, the open land, the faint shadows cast by the moonlight, but we saw nothing. The landlord's family had no infants, and I was certain no visitors had come with a baby. The sheer unnaturalness of the situation made my skin prickle with unease. I turned to Deb and said in a hushed voice, "There's something wrong about this." He nodded, his expression mirroring my own growing anxiety. Without another word, we put out our cigarettes, stepped back inside, and locked the balcony door behind us. Inside, our two other friends, Hussein and Manish, were engaged in a discussion about ghosts. Normally, I would have laughed at their enthusiasm for supernatural tales, but after what Deb and I had just experienced, I wasn't in the mood to joke. The room felt different now, as if something unseen had followed us inside. As if on cue, the power cut out. The ceiling fan stopped spinning, the TV screen went dark, and the hum of electricity vanished. Hussein, always the practical one, went to check the distribution board, assuming it was a tripped circuit breaker. He returned a moment later, shaking his head. "It's an external power failure," he said. "The breakers are fine." Power outages were common in India, so we weren't too alarmed, but something about this one felt different. The sudden silence pressed against my ears, making the air feel heavy. We lit a candle and tried to carry on with our conversation, though I noticed that Deb was quieter than usual. I kept glancing at the locked balcony door, half expecting to hear the wailing again. And then, without warning, the candle flickered violently before going out, despite the windows being shut and no breeze in the room. For a moment, none of us moved. And then, in the oppressive darkness, we heard it. The baby was crying. Only this time, it wasn't coming from outside. It was inside the flat. The wailing was unmistakable, filling the very room we were sitting in. It was close, too close. My stomach twisted in fear. My mind screamed at me that this was impossible. The door was locked. No one had entered. But the sound, it was there, real, and echoing off the walls. Without thinking, Deb and I bolted. We threw open the door, dashed down the stairs, and stumbled out onto the road, our breath coming in sharp, ragged gasps. Behind us, Hussein and Manish, realizing something was horribly wrong, followed suit. We didn't stop running until we reached the local Gurkha Guards post at the end of the road. The old night watchman was sitting in his small shed, his lantern casting eerie shadows across the dirt ground. He looked up at us in surprise as we approached, panting and pale-faced. Between gasps, we explained what had happened: the unseen crying baby, the power failure, the candle going out, and the inexplicable sounds inside the flat. The Gurkha's face darkened. He listened intently, then nodded grimly. "Evil spirits take many forms," he said. "They mimic voices, sounds, even the cries of children to lure people toward them. You did the right thing by leaving." He went on to tell us that other people in nearby areas had experienced similar incidents: disembodied voices, phantom cries, and figures that vanished the moment they were approached. He warned us that if we had tried to search for the source of the crying, something terrible could have happened. We sat with him in his shed until dawn, unwilling to return to the flat. The night passed in uneasy silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts. When morning came, we returned to the flat to collect our things. The moment I stepped inside, I felt an oppressive weight settle over me, as if the walls themselves were holding something back. I packed my belongings quickly and made a call to my company. By the next day, I had moved out. I never set foot in that flat again. I first became aware of Vic in the latter half of 2004. I remember because I had two kittens at the time, a black female named Dixie and a white male with ginger markings named Toby. Sadly, Dixie is no longer with us, but Toby is still doing well despite his age. The two cats would lie on my bed at night while I watched TV. One night, around 9 o'clock, Dixie suddenly jumped off the bed and hid behind the oval standing mirror in the corner of the room. Her eyes were wide, following something toward my husband's closet. Toby stayed on the bed but was also staring in the same direction. I wasn't sure if it was Dixie's reaction or something else, but an uncomfortable chill settled over me. The feeling lasted only a minute before Dixie jumped back onto the bed. This happened a few times, though not every night. As time went on, I started hearing noises in my husband's closet, rummaging sounds, as though someone were searching for something. The most distinct sound was the jangling of belt buckles. My husband had a rail inside one of the doors where he hung his belts. This usually occurred between 2 and 3:30 in the morning. It wasn't Vic waking me up. I was already awake, as my body clock had long been set to those hours. My husband, however, never heard a thing. Eventually, Vic became too noisy for my liking, so I told him to quiet down. I even asked him what he was looking for, though of course, there was no reply. Still, he seemed to listen, as his disturbances became less frequent, though they never fully stopped. Whenever Vic appeared, I also noticed orbs at my bathroom window. The bathroom was just to the right of my bed, and the window faced a courtyard where no streetlights could reach. The orbs were pale orange, moving back and forth, intertwining before separating again. They weren't reflections or tricks of the light. If they weren't orbs, I had no other explanation. After 2 or 3 years, they stopped appearing altogether. At one point, my husband had to travel frequently for business, often spending nights away from home. I remember one Tuesday night clearly. I was asleep when I suddenly woke up, thinking my husband had come to bed. I heard the familiar routine, the sound of a shirt being removed next to the bed. Half asleep, I mumbled a greeting before it hit me. My husband wasn't home that night. My stomach dropped. My first thought was that someone had broken in again. I saw the figure of a man pulling a t-shirt over his head, mimicking my husband's movements. Panic took over as I lay frozen, hoping the intruder would do nothing more than take what he wanted and leave. But why had he taken off his shirt? The figure moved toward my husband's closet, and the belts jangled as he rummaged through them. Then, relief hit me. This wasn't a burglar, this was Vic. A ghost, yes, but at least not a living threat. My fear turned to anger and exasperation. As he turned to leave, I confronted him. "Who are you? What do you want?" His reaction was surprising. He stopped and turned to me, shock written all over his face as though he hadn't realized I could see him. He opened his mouth and pointed at it with his finger, then waved his hand in front of his face. Was he telling me not to speak to him? Or that he couldn't speak to me? I couldn't be sure. Annoyed, I told him he had scared me half to death, thinking he was a burglar, and warned him to remain invisible from now on if he insisted on staying. As he turned to leave, he bent down briefly, as if tying a shoelace. The moment he vanished, I saw Toby sitting right where Vic had bent down. It seemed as though he had been petting the cat, who looked quite content. Vic had appeared as solid as any living person, tall and slim, with dark hair and deep-set eyes. I estimated him to be in his early to mid-40s, and strangely enough, he was quite good-looking. A few mornings later, I found a small branch of asparagus fern on my bedside table. When I asked my husband about it, he denied putting it there. It was impossible that it had ended up there by accident. My husband even joked that maybe the cat brought it in, but I knew better. I took it as a peace offering from Vic. Over time, his disturbances became more erratic. One morning, my reading glasses vanished. I always kept them either on my desk or my dressing table, but they were nowhere to be found. My husband and I tore the house apart searching. In frustration, I begged Vic to return them. Days later, as I made the bed, there they were, neatly folded under my bedside table, a place we had already checked multiple times. I thanked him but warned him not to do it again. On some nights, I heard the muffled sound of a TV or radio playing in the lounge, news reports, quiz shows, indistinct voices. It wasn't the television, which had been off. Sometimes I even felt the bed shift as if my husband had gotten in, only to turn and find I was alone. One particularly eerie night, I heard my husband's voice answer me when I asked if the TV was still on. When I turned over, expecting him to get up and turn it off, I found that I was still alone. Furious, I yelled that my bed was off limits. After that, I never felt an unseen presence lying beside me again. The last time I saw Vic, I was stepping out of the bath. My bathroom light had blown, so I left the door open for some illumination from the bedroom. As I stood on the mat drying myself, I saw him stroll past the bathroom on his way from the closet, completely unaware of me. It was as if I wasn't even there. The final encounter happened a few months ago. As I lay awake at my usual hour, I heard him rummaging in the closet again. This time, I spoke to him telepathically. I told him there was nothing for him to find, that he was wasting precious time when loved ones were surely waiting for him. Then, on a whim, I asked, "You've known me for years now. You know my name. It's time you told me yours." The answer came immediately, clear as day in my mind. "My name is Vic." I was elated. After all these years, he had finally told me his name. "Vic," I said, "we both know it's time for you to go where you belong." Since that night, my husband's closet has been eerily silent. After 13 years of his presence, the silence is something I'm still getting used to. Since childhood, I have been drawn to the paranormal, fascinated by the unseen and the unexplained. Over the years, I have encountered strange experiences myself, and always found ways to discuss such occurrences with people I knew, hoping to learn more about these mysteries. But among all the stories I have come across, one particular experience left me shaken, not because it happened to someone else, but because the person who narrated it to me was my own father. It was a casual conversation when he first told me about it. I had never heard him speak of anything remotely supernatural, so when he began, I listened with growing disbelief. He recalled an incident from his late teens or early 20s, something that remained a mystery to him even to this day. During that time, he had gone to visit his maternal uncle's house in a small town in Rajasthan. The house was an old haveli, built in an era long past. Rajasthan is known for its grand, ancient homes, where people still live despite the eerie silence that lingers within their time-worn walls. The house belonged to his uncle and aunt, who lived there with their only son, my father's cousin. He arrived in the afternoon, just as his uncle was heading out for some work, and his cousin was already away for tuition classes. His aunt welcomed him warmly, serving him food while they sat and talked. He remembered her as an exceptionally beautiful woman, someone who would stand out even in a crowd of thousands. She was always smiling, soft-spoken, and had a calm presence about her. There was nothing unusual that afternoon, just the stillness of an old house and the gentle breeze filtering through its open spaces. The haveli was structured in a traditional way. There were 4 rooms surrounding an open central hall, a space without a ceiling, where natural light poured in. In Rajasthan, such courtyards were common, used for meals, conversations, and sometimes even for sleeping under the stars. Leading up from this central area was a stairway, enclosed on both sides. During the daytime, sunlight barely reached it, casting deep shadows that made it appear even darker than the rest of the house. At night, only the faint glow of the moon provided any visibility. That evening, as the sun began to set, my father remained in the open hall while his aunt prepared dinner in the kitchen. The air was cooling, and he felt a sense of tranquility. At some point, he got up to use the bathroom, and when he returned, he called for his aunt. The kitchen was empty. He looked inside the rooms, but she wasn't there. Just then, he heard a faint sound coming from the stairway. Thinking she might be there, he walked toward it. In the dim light, he saw a figure standing midway up the stairs. It was a woman wearing a sari. The shadows hid her face, and the dim lighting made it impossible to see any details. Assuming it was his aunt, he was about to call out when he felt a light tap on his shoulder. Startled, he turned around, to find his aunt standing right behind him. His breath caught in his throat. He immediately turned back toward the staircase, but the figure was gone. There was no one there. His aunt, unaware of what had just happened, smiled at him and said she had stepped out to buy something from a street vendor. Still shaken, he told her what he had just seen. She laughed, dismissing it, saying he must have imagined it. There was no one else in the house. He was left speechless, unwilling to argue but deeply unsettled. Later that night, his uncle and cousin returned, and the evening went by uneventfully. My father, though still disturbed, convinced himself it must have been a trick of the dim light and shadows. The following evening, the scenario repeated. His uncle and cousin were out again, leaving only him and his aunt at home. She told him to stay in the open hall while she went out to buy groceries. He sat reading a newspaper, but the rhythmic rustling of pages lulled him into a light sleep. He woke up suddenly to the distinct sound of anklets and bangles. His first thought was that his aunt had returned. Half awake, he saw a figure moving toward the staircase, dressed in a sari. He called out to her, but there was no response. He stood up, watching as the figure slowly ascended the stairs. The sound of the anklets grew fainter, but he could still hear it. Something about it felt off, almost mechanical, too rhythmic, as if it wasn't natural. He hesitated for a moment, then began following her. As he stepped onto the stairs, he suddenly heard his name being called from behind. His aunt was standing in the open hall. His blood ran cold. He turned back toward the staircase, and just as before, the figure had vanished. This time, he refused to stay silent. He demanded to know what was wrong with this house, why he kept seeing someone that shouldn't be there. His aunt's response was the same. She laughed it off, saying it must have been a dream or a figment of his imagination. She assured him they had been living in the house for years and had never seen or experienced anything unusual. Even when his uncle and cousin returned that night, they echoed the same sentiment. Despite their reassurances, my father felt an overwhelming sense of unease. A few days passed without incident, and he slowly began to convince himself that maybe he had been overthinking things. Perhaps the dim lighting and his own expectations had played tricks on his mind. He even started feeling a little embarrassed for reacting so fearfully. Then, one evening, as he sat reading in the open hall, he saw it again. A figure in a sari walked past him toward the stairway. This time, he forced himself to remain calm. He didn't react immediately, choosing instead to observe. The figure moved deliberately, step by step, as if aware of his presence. He reminded himself that if he looked away even for a second, it might disappear, just as it had before. Then, in a low voice, the figure spoke. "Come with me." His heart pounded. He watched as the figure paused halfway up the stairs. "Come with me. I want to show you something." The voice was eerily familiar. It sounded exactly like his aunt. He hesitated. He wanted to believe it was her, yet every instinct in him screamed that something was terribly wrong. He was about to take a step forward when, by sheer coincidence, his uncle entered the house. Distracted, my father turned to greet him. When he looked back at the staircase, the figure was gone. His aunt emerged from one of the rooms, drying her hair with a towel. She had just finished bathing. That was it. That was the final straw. My father was horrified. He told them everything, refusing to stay another night in that house. His uncle and cousin still dismissed his fears, but he was convinced now. Something was in that house, something that wanted him to follow it. He left the very next day and never returned. A year later, his aunt visited his mother. My father was also present at the time. His mother suggested that he visit his uncle and aunt's house again. Before he could answer, his aunt smiled at him, her voice strangely calm. It's okay. I met him today. It is enough. He is too scared to visit my house. I guess he didn't like that place. It will be difficult for him to survive there." There was something unsettling about the way she said it. Something in the way she smiled, as if she knew something he didn't. He never went back. To this day, he wonders what would have happened if he had followed that figure up the stairs. During vacations, 6 friends, including my father, had a habit of spending their afternoons together. There was a small library in a secluded part of their town, a single-room structure that housed barely 200 books on a wooden almirah. It had a lone wooden chair and a large carpet spread across the floor. The library wasn't maintained regularly, and few people visited it, especially in the afternoons. It stood isolated, away from the bustling areas, and had an eerie stillness about it. Despite this, my father and his friends found it the perfect place to spend their free time. They would sit there for hours, flipping through old books, playing games, or just chatting. The isolation of the place meant they could be as loud as they wanted without disturbing anyone, and since no one else ever came around, they had made it their personal retreat. One such afternoon, around 2 p.m., after having lunch at their respective homes, the 6 of them rushed to the library as usual. That day, they were particularly excited. They had planned a long carom board session, eager to challenge each other in friendly competition. As soon as they arrived, they set up the board in the center of the room and settled into their usual spots. 4 of them began playing, while the other 2 watched and gossiped, their laughter echoing through the empty room. My father sat facing the wooden chair and the almirah, his back to the door. As the game progressed, he noticed something unusual, a faint sound, like something being dragged across the floor. At first, he ignored it. He assumed it was one of his friends shifting their position or moving their feet. But the sound continued, growing louder and more distinct, like nails scraping against the wooden planks beneath the carpet. None of them paid much attention. They were young, carefree 19-year-olds, too caught up in their game to think that something strange could be happening. But as the minutes passed, my father felt an uneasy sensation creeping up his spine. It was as if someone, was watching them. Then, as he looked toward the chair, his breath caught in his throat. 2 legs were dangling from the seat. At first, he thought one of his friends had shifted seats, but something was wrong, terribly wrong. The legs were pale, unnaturally thin, and they swayed ever so slightly, as if someone were casually sitting on the chair. But there was no upper body. No torso. Just 2 disembodied legs, resting unnaturally in midair. He tried to shake off the feeling of dread, telling himself it was a trick of the light, but before he could convince himself otherwise, the chair itself began moving. It slid from its original position, shifting closer to one of his friends, the one sitting directly opposite him. His heart pounded. The sight was so horrifying that he couldn't suppress his fear. He screamed. "Look behind you!" he shouted at his friend. The boy, startled by my father's sudden outburst, turned around. The moment his eyes landed on the chair and the pair of floating legs, his face drained of color. Before anyone could react, he collapsed onto the floor unconscious. Panic erupted. The remaining 5 friends sprang to their feet, horrified at what they had just seen. Their friend lay sprawled on the carpet, motionless, as they desperately tried to shake him awake. It took several attempts before he finally stirred, his body trembling with fear. As soon as he regained some consciousness, they scrambled to grab their belongings, ready to flee. But then, something even more terrifying happened. As they rushed toward the door, they found their exit blocked. Standing in the doorway was a translucent figure, a shadow of a man. It wasn't completely solid, but its outline was visible, and it was clear that it wasn't human. It stood tall, unmoving, as if guarding the entrance, preventing them from escaping. Their bodies froze in place. None of them could move. The room was suddenly ice-cold, their breath visible in the air despite the scorching summer outside. Sweat trickled down their faces, not from heat but from sheer terror. They had never encountered anything like this before, and the oppressive energy in the room made it clear that whatever was blocking the doorway wasn't going to let them leave easily. The eldest among them, trying to summon whatever courage he could, began chanting the Gayatri mantra. His voice trembled at first, but as he continued, his words grew stronger. The others, still shaking, joined in, their voices quivering but loud. The figure in the doorway didn't move, but the room's atmosphere began to shift. Slowly, the pressure around them lifted, and the cold started to fade. Holding each other's hands tightly, they took cautious steps forward, inching their way toward the door. The figure remained, but as their voices grew louder in prayer, its form began to blur. The moment they stepped past the threshold, it disappeared completely. They didn't stop to look back. As soon as they were out, they ran as fast as they could, through the empty streets, their breaths ragged, their hearts hammering in their chests. They didn't stop until they had reached the safety of their own homes. The next day, they gathered again, but this time, nowhere near the library. None of them wanted to go back, but they needed answers. They decided to visit the librarian, the man who was in charge of the place. When they told him what had happened, his expression darkened. He wasn't surprised. Instead of disbelief, his face held something else, something like regret. He scolded them harshly, but after a long sigh he told them the truth. The room they had been using once belonged to an old man, a recluse who had spent most of his life sitting on that wooden chair. He had no family, no visitors, and he rarely interacted with anyone. People in the town had suggested turning his room into a library for the local students, but the man refused. He had no interest in allowing others into his space. Then, one day, he died. His body was found in that very chair. After his death, the room remained in use for months. Eventually, the townspeople decided to turn it into a library as they had originally planned. But strange things began happening. Within the first month, 2 sweepers who had been tasked with cleaning the room were found dead in their sleep. There were no injuries, no signs of illness, just 2 men who had gone to sleep one night and never woken up. The town ignored the warning signs, but the librarian himself had always felt something was off. Over time, even he had stopped visiting the place. Hearing this, my father and his friends felt sick to their stomachs. They had unknowingly disturbed something that had been lying dormant. Whatever resided in that room had made itself known to them, and they were lucky to have escaped unharmed. The librarian urged them to visit a temple, to seek the blessings of Lord Shiva and drink holy water for protection. That same day, they went to the temple and prayed fervently, hoping to rid themselves of the presence that had followed them. The library was eventually double-locked, its doors never opened again. And my father and his friends? They swore to never, ever step into a secluded, abandoned place again. Some experiences are best left undisturbed. 17 years ago, in 2001, my world changed forever. My only elder brother passed away in a car crash. We had all been in the accident, and though the rest of us survived with injuries, he didn't make it. My father was severely wounded, and after spending over a month in the hospital, he was finally discharged. But the pain of losing my brother overshadowed any relief we might have felt. Grief wrapped around our family like a heavy, unshakable blanket, making everything feel slow, dull, and meaningless. We tried to heal, but every step forward felt impossible with the weight of our loss pressing down on us. A week after my father returned home, something strange happened, something that, to this day, remains an unsolved mystery. It was a stormy night, and the wind howled outside as the sky roared with thunder. The electricity in our colony suddenly went out, plunging the entire neighborhood into darkness. Back then, we didn't have an inverter, so we hurried to light candles, their flickering flames casting eerie shadows on the walls. Our house had an attached bathroom situated between 2 rooms, my father's bedroom and the one where my mother and I slept. To reach his room, one had to walk through a short passage where the bathroom stood. That night, my father sat on his bed, recovering from his injuries, while my mother went into our room to fetch more candles. I had gone into the kitchen, talking to my aunt as we waited for the storm to pass. It was then that my parents saw it. From the passage, a short silhouette emerged. It stood barely 4 feet tall, holding something in its hand. The glow from it was weak and flickering, like the dying light of a candle whose flame had just been snuffed out, leaving only a thin wisp of smoke. My parents stared at it, frozen in place. At first, they thought it was me, assuming I had taken a candle and was walking toward them. But as their eyes adjusted to the darkness, realization struck them both at the same time. I was much taller than that figure. Confused, my mother rushed to check on me. She found me in the kitchen, chatting with my aunt, completely unaware of what had just transpired. She and my father exchanged a worried glance but said nothing to me at the time. I was still young, still struggling to cope with my brother's death, and they didn't want to scare me further. Instead, they kept the incident to themselves, hoping it was a trick of the shadows or maybe their tired minds playing tricks on them. But 15 days later, during another power cut, it happened again. This time, the moment darkness fell, they saw the same silhouette. It stood in the same place, holding the same weakly flickering light in its hand. It was not a shadow, nor was it a trick of their imagination. Both of them saw it together, clear as day, just as they had the first time. They couldn't make out any distinct features, nor could they determine whether it was male or female. But now, they were certain of one thing: it was not human. No one in our family was that short. There were no children in the house, no one in our neighborhood who fit the description, and yet there it was. A small figure standing in the darkness, its presence undeniable, its purpose unknown. The second time, my parents didn't dismiss it as imagination. Fear settled in their hearts, but even then, they noticed something strange. It never gave off an aura of malice. There was no dread, no sense of danger. It simply stood there, almost as if it were waiting for something. Still, they didn't want to take any risks, especially with me in the house. That night, they finally told me what they had seen. "Whenever there's a power cut," my mother said gently, "stay close to us. Don't walk around the house alone." At first, I didn't understand why she was suddenly so concerned, but then she explained. She told me about the 2 times they had seen the silhouette and how, at first, they had thought it was me. She told me about the flickering candlelight it carried and how, even though it didn't do anything, the fact that it appeared only in darkness unsettled them. I was terrified. From that day onward, I never wandered around the house during power cuts. I always stayed close to my parents, my heart pounding whenever the lights went out, afraid that I might see what they had seen. But strangely, it never appeared again. My parents saw it twice, together, and yet, it never returned a third time. For a while, we speculated about what it could have been. At one point, all 3 of us wondered if it had something to do with my brother. Maybe his spirit had come back to check on us, to guide us through our grief. But that thought was quickly dismissed. My brother had been 6 feet tall. The figure was barely 4 feet in height. It couldn't have been him. The more we thought about it, the more questions arose. What was it? Why did it only appear during power cuts? Why did it hold a candle, and why was the flame so weak? If it was a ghost, why didn't it harm us? Why didn't it give off any negative energy? Had it come to deliver a message? To provide comfort? Or was it merely a wandering spirit, lost and seeking something it never found? To this day, we have no answers. The figure never appeared again, and no other strange occurrences followed. Whatever it was, it came and left silently, without explanation, without resolution. Sometimes I wonder if it was just a passing spirit. Other times I like to think it was a guardian angel, trying to show us light in our darkest days. Maybe it was an ancestor, reaching out in a time of immense sorrow. Or maybe, just maybe, it was something beyond human understanding. Whatever it was, it never disturbed us again. And though we may never know the truth, we will always remember those 2 nights when, in the midst of our grief, a small figure stood in the darkness, holding on to a fragile, flickering light. It was the year 1989 when this incident took place, an experience that my father and maternal uncle never forgot. My parents, my brother, and I were traveling to my mother's childhood home for a long-awaited family gathering. It had been years since all of my mother's sisters had been together in one place, and the excitement was palpable. My father, eager to reunite with everyone, drove with renewed energy despite the long journey. We arrived at my mother's home around 3:30 in the afternoon, exhausted but happy. The house buzzed with activity, laughter filled the air as relatives exchanged stories, reminiscing about old times. Despite the tiring journey, my father was too excited to rest. Instead, he immediately set out again, this time to pick up my mother's younger sister, who lived nearly 250 kilometers away from my maternal grandfather's home. He was accompanied by two of my uncles, who, like him, were enthusiastic about bringing the last of the family members together. The second journey was filled with conversation and excitement. They reached my aunt's home by evening, where she and her husband were waiting for them. After a quick refreshment, they all got into the car and began their journey back. It was late now, the sun had long disappeared beyond the horizon, and the road stretched endlessly ahead, lonely and eerily quiet. By 9:30 p.m., they had covered most of the distance, with only 75 kilometers left to go. The road, now surrounded by dense forest on both sides, was completely devoid of traffic. The only sounds were those of the engine and the occasional chirping of nocturnal insects. My aunt and her husband, along with one of my uncles, had dozed off in the back seat, lulled by the steady movement of the car. As they neared a railway level crossing, my father suddenly pressed the brakes and brought the car to an abrupt halt in the middle of the road. The sudden stop jolted my awake uncle, who looked at my father in confusion. "What happened?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. My father didn't respond immediately. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed toward the railway tracks ahead. My uncle followed his gaze, and what he saw sent a shiver down his spine. Right in the middle of the level crossing sat a figure, entirely covered by a tattered blanket. It was hunched over, unmoving, as though it had been sitting there for a long time. The sight was unsettling. Who would sit at an isolated railway crossing this late at night, wrapped in a blanket? It made no sense. A strange unease filled the car. My father, still staring at the figure, reached toward the horn, intending to honk and alert the person. But before he could, my uncle's hand shot out, gripping his arm firmly. "Don't," my uncle said, his voice suddenly sharp. "Just keep driving. Do not stop." My father turned to look at him, puzzled. But it could be someone in need. Maybe a lost traveler. "No." My uncle's voice was almost urgent now. "Just listen to me. Drive. Do not look back." There was something in his tone that sent a cold chill through my father. He knew his uncle was not someone who scared easily, but now his face had turned pale, his hands trembling slightly. Realizing that arguing was futile, my father did as he was told. He pressed down on the accelerator and drove straight through the level crossing. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed straight ahead, refusing to look toward the figure as they passed. The car crossed the tracks in mere seconds, but to my father, it felt much longer. As soon as they were on the other side, both he and my uncle instinctively turned to look in the rearview mirror. Their blood ran cold. The figure was gone. The blanket, the hunched posture, the entire presence that had been there only moments ago, it had vanished into thin air. A deep silence filled the car, broken only by the rhythmic breathing of the sleeping passengers in the back. My father could feel his heart hammering inside his chest. He knew what he had seen. It was impossible for someone to disappear that quickly, especially not in a place like that, where there was nowhere to run or hide. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "What was that?" His uncle exhaled slowly. "A spirit." My father felt a fresh wave of unease wash over him. "Are you sure?" His uncle nodded gravely. "I've heard stories about this place. There have been accidents here, people have died on these tracks, and their souls remain trapped. They say if you stop or acknowledge them, they latch onto you. If you had honked, if you had reacted in any way, who knows what might have happened?" A shudder ran through my father. He understood now why his uncle had insisted they ignore it. The figure had been blocking their path, waiting for a response. If they had acknowledged it, it might have led to something far worse. The rest of the journey was silent. The excitement from earlier had faded, replaced by an unsettling tension that lingered in the air. My father drove carefully, his mind replaying the incident over and over again. He couldn't shake the feeling that they had just escaped something sinister. Finally, at 10:30 p.m., they arrived safely at my grandfather's home. The house was filled with laughter, warmth, and the joyous chatter of family members catching up after years of separation. No one suspected that my father and uncle had just witnessed something unnatural. They chose not to tell anyone, not wanting to dampen the celebratory atmosphere. It was only years later that my father finally shared this story with us. As he recounted it, I couldn't help but think about all the people who traveled that same road, those who walked alone at night, or rode their bicycles across the level crossing. Had any of them stopped? Had any of them acknowledged the figure that blocked their path? And if they had, what had happened to them? Even now, whenever I hear stories of deserted roads and ghostly apparitions, I remember this incident. I remember the chilling realization that sometimes, what we see is not meant to be acknowledged. Sometimes, the safest thing to do is to keep moving forward, to never stop, and to never look back. Cricket has always been a favorite sport of mine, just like it is for almost everyone in India. There was a small cricket ground in Thane City, right next to Hariyali Lake, where my friends and I often played. The lake ran parallel to two sides of the ground, separated only by a narrow 10 to 15-foot alley between the 4-foot-tall fence of the cricket ground and the lake's edge. This narrow passage was overgrown with weeds and small bushes, making it look eerie, especially if you had to jump the fence and go there. Some might wonder why anyone would go to such a place, but in cricket, whenever a batsman hit a six on that ground, he had to fetch the ball himself. That meant walking the entire length of the ground, climbing the fence, and searching for the ball in the bushes. That day, it was hot, and the sun was blazing down on us, but we were so engrossed in the game that we barely noticed the heat. The bowler threw the ball, and I swung my bat hard. The ball soared through the air and disappeared over the fence, landing somewhere near the lake. My friends, as usual, took shelter under the shade of a tree, knowing it would take me a few minutes to retrieve the ball. So, I walked across the ground, climbed over the fence, and jumped down onto the other side. The moment my feet touched the ground, an icy chill ran down my spine. The hairs on my arms stood up, and a strange uneasiness settled over me. I tried to shake it off, yelling at my friends so they could at least peek over the fence and watch while I searched for the ball. But no one responded. I looked around and started scanning the ground beneath me, hoping there were no snakes hiding in the undergrowth. I took a quick glance at the fence again, but none of my friends were looking. I moved closer to the edge of the lake, my eyes searching for the ball. After a few moments, I spotted it floating on the water's surface. The lake was eerily still, and there was no one around. I picked up a few stones and started tossing them ahead of the ball, trying to create ripples that would push it toward me. As I waited for the ball to drift closer, I noticed a small shoal of fish swimming near the edge. My curiosity got the better of me, and I crouched down, mesmerized by the way they moved. Then, out of nowhere, I saw something in the water, two reflections. They were of two kids, unkempt, dressed in ragged clothes, with hollow white eyes and unsettling grins on their faces. My body froze. Instinctively, I turned around, but there was nothing behind me. Yet I could feel something there, something watching me. I tried to scream, but my voice failed me. And then I felt it, a powerful shove against my chest. I lost my balance and plunged backward into the lake, hitting the water hard. The impact sent a jolt through my body, and I sank beneath the surface. Panic took over. I couldn't swim. The cold water engulfed me, and it felt like I had entered another realm. Everything was dark, not pitch black, but like the overcast sky in a bad dream, gray, heavy, and suffocating. A strange wailing sound echoed around me. My vision blurred as strange shapes twisted and curled in the water, forming ghostly white figures that seemed to move with the currents. Water filled my nose and mouth. My lungs burned as I thrashed around, struggling to keep afloat. My mind raced, flashing through memories of my life. This was it, I thought. This was how I was going to die. My hands flailed wildly, searching for anything to hold on to, and then, I felt it. Something slimy and solid brushed against my fingers. Desperation kicked in, and I grabbed onto it, pulling myself in the direction where I saw a faint shimmer of light. With every ounce of strength I had left, I kicked and struggled upward. My head broke through the surface, and I gasped for air, coughing out the water that had invaded my lungs. I reached for the edge of the lake, my fingers scraping against the muddy embankment. With a final push, I pulled myself out of the water and collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. I looked around. There was no one there. The lake was as still as ever, the air eerily quiet. Shaken to my core, I called out for my friend, my voice loud and clear this time. A moment later, he peeked over the fence, his face twisted in confusion and concern. He saw the state I was in, soaked, breathless, and terrified. Without hesitation, he jumped the fence and rushed toward me. "What happened?" he asked, helping me to my feet. "Just walk me home," I muttered, still in shock. As we climbed back over the fence and onto the cricket ground, I turned to him and asked, "Did you see anyone?" "Two kids, beggar-like, they jumped over the wall." He shook his head. "No one. We were the only ones here. If anyone had jumped the fence, we would have seen them." His words sent another shiver down my spine. I didn't argue. I just wanted to get away from that place. When I got home, I immediately took a long shower, trying to wash away the unsettling feeling clinging to me. Then I told my mother what had happened. Her face grew serious. She sat me down and told me something that made my blood run cold. The lake had a reputation. Over the past 2 decades, many people had drowned there, some by accident, others by choice. It had been a place where heartbroken lovers, troubled souls, and unfortunate victims had met their end. Just the week before, the municipal authorities had fished out 2 bloated bodies from the lake. I had been there that day, playing cricket with my friends. I had caught a brief glimpse of the bodies as they were pulled out before quickly looking away, disturbed by the sight. Now I couldn't help but wonder, were those the same 2 kids I had seen in the water? I didn't know what I had experienced that day. Was it real, or was my mind playing tricks on me? It had all happened so fast, yet in that moment, it had felt like an eternity. All I knew was that I had come dangerously close to losing my life. Maybe I was lucky. Maybe something had saved me. I continued playing cricket on that same ground for 4 more years until I moved away from the city. But I never went near the lake again. My father's family had always been tied to death. For as long as I can remember, they were caretakers of an old cemetery in Kentucky, a position that seemed to pass down through the generations. My father grew up surrounded by the dead, and though he rarely spoke about his experiences, the few times he did left me shaken. He had stories, ones that made my skin crawl. When he left to join the military, his oldest brother stayed behind to take over the family responsibility. We never had much contact with that side of the family, except for my father's youngest brother, Ralph. My mother didn't like Ralph. She had a lot of words for him, none of them kind. She would call him a devil worshipper and mutter other accusations under her breath whenever his name came up. But for all her dislike, she never forbade him from visiting us, nor did she stop us from going to his place. Ralph lived in an apartment outside of Antioch, California, a quiet street out front but with a vast open landscape behind it. That open space stretched into the hills just beyond Summersville, leading up toward black diamond mines. I didn't think much of the location at the time, but later in life, I learned how active that area was. If you've ever read about Rose Hill Cemetery, you'd know its reputation. I hadn't known at the time, but looking back, everything about my time at my uncle's place now makes perfect sense. There were 5 of us kids, all between 8 and 16, and we spent entire days at my uncle's apartment, running through the hills and playing until the sun started to set. Those were the good parts. The laughter, the feeling of getting lost only to find our way back just in time for dinner. But something darker lingered in that apartment, something I didn't fully understand until one particular day. At the end of each day, we'd pile into my uncle's small bathroom to wash up before dinner. 5 kids fighting for a turn at the sink, pushing, shoving, splashing water, chaos. I was the smallest, the youngest girl, which meant I always got last dibs. By the time I got my turn, the water was barely warm, the towel was damp, and I'd be the last to sit at the dinner table. I hated it. One evening, fed up with the struggle, I thought I'd be clever. Instead of fighting my brothers for space at the sink, I turned toward the bathtub. The curtain was drawn shut. Without thinking much of it, I reached out and yanked it aside. And then my breath caught in my throat. A little girl sat in the tub, her body submerged in dark, murky water up to her chin. She looked younger than me, maybe 5, at most. Her pale face stared blankly ahead, her wet hair clinging to her skin. I let out a yelp, stumbling backward. My oldest brother turned at the sound, pushing me aside. He didn't react to her at all. Instead, he casually reached out and turned the faucet on, letting the water run. I tried to say something, to warn him, but before I could get the words out, she was gone. The water in the tub was clear, the girl nowhere in sight. My brother looked at me like I was losing my mind, muttered something about me being weird, and went back to the sink. I didn't argue. That night, I barely touched my dinner. The food sat on my plate, untouched, as I kept replaying the moment over and over in my head. Had I imagined it? Was my mind playing tricks on me? The unease followed me through the evening. Every so often, I'd catch a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye, but each time I turned my head, there was nothing. Just empty space. I told myself I was being silly. I tried to forget about it. Then, later that night, as I sat brushing my hair, I saw her again. She stood right in front of me. This time, I saw her clearly, not submerged in water, not hidden behind the curtain, but standing directly in front of me. She was bruised, her skin mottled with dark patches. Dirt and dried blood covered her arms and legs, smeared across her tiny frame. Her hair was tangled, matted with mud and something darker. She was smiling. But it wasn't a kind smile. It was the kind of smile that sent a chill crawling down my spine. A scream ripped out of me before I even knew I was screaming. The next thing I knew, my uncle had burst into the room, my 16-year-old brother right behind him. My uncle didn't even look at me. His gaze went straight to her. "You're not supposed to scare the kids," he said. That was all. No fear, no shock, no confusion. Just a simple, tired statement. And then, she vanished. I buried myself against my uncle's chest, trembling, but he only took the hairbrush from my hand and started brushing my hair like nothing had happened. When I finally worked up the courage to ask who she was, he gave me a dismissive answer. "A friend of mine playing a mean trick," he said. It wasn't convincing. Then he told me that if I ever saw someone scary again, I should tell him right away. That I was safe. That everything was fine. But I wasn't fine. I never wanted to go back there again. When we got home, I told my mom I didn't want to visit my uncle anymore. I told her his friends were mean. I didn't mention the girl, at first. I just said I didn't feel right being there. My mother had always distrusted Uncle Ralph, and now I was starting to understand why. She demanded I tell her what happened, and when I did, I saw something flash in her eyes, rage. She agreed that I wouldn't go back. 6 years later, she cut ties with my uncle completely. We never saw him after that. Not for more than a decade. And honestly, I wasn't sorry. I agreed with her decision. If I had been the mother in that situation, I wouldn't have let any of my children return to that house. I still don't know who that girl was, or why she was there. But what haunts me the most isn't the fact that I saw her. It's that my uncle did, too. And he wasn't surprised. I never used to believe in ghosts. Not truly, at least. I had always enjoyed hearing ghost stories, watching horror movies, and even scaring myself with the idea of the supernatural. But deep down, I always found a way to explain away the eerie feeling in a darkened room or the shadow moving in the corner of my eye. It was all in my head. Just tricks of the mind. That's what I told myself, until I moved into that house. The house belonged to my maternal uncle, a property he had purchased from a farmer in a small village just outside his district. It was an old, modest home, tucked away from the rush of the city. He had moved there in 2013, forced by financial difficulties to leave behind his previous, more comfortable residence. It wasn't his dream home by any means, but it was a place he could call his own. I had gone there with my mother and younger brother to spend a few weeks after my first term exams. Like any other student exhausted from studying, all I wanted was some peace and relaxation, some time away from the pressures of college. It was meant to be a vacation, a chance to breathe. I never expected it to be the most terrifying experience of my life. For the first 3 days I was at peace. There was something deeply refreshing about waking up to the cool morning air, hearing the distant chirping of birds and the occasional rustling of squirrels in the trees. Our house in the city was much larger and more modern, but here, in this small village, I felt freer. The landscape stretched endlessly in golden wheat fields, moving with the wind like ocean waves. It was beautiful. The village itself was quiet, with barely 500 people. My uncle still traveled daily to the district for work, running his shop about 9 kilometers away, leaving early in the morning and returning late at night. This meant I had plenty of time to sit outside in the veranda, enjoying the stillness. But the stillness didn't last. The second day was when everything changed. My uncle had left for his shop as usual around 8:30 a.m. on his motorcycle. But at around 11 a.m., we received a call. His motorcycle had broken down on the way. He had managed to push it to the nearest mechanic in another village, but was now stranded. He needed another way to reach the shop. My aunt checked if our neighbor, Shahid uncle, had his bike at home, but unfortunately it wasn't there. My uncle assured us he would manage on his own and told us not to worry. That evening, around 9 p.m., he called again, asking me to come and pick him up from his shop. He gave me directions and assured me it was a straight road along the highway, nothing complicated. I had been there once before, so I felt confident I could make the trip. Around 8:30 p.m., I walked over to Shahid uncle's house, introduced myself properly, and asked if I could borrow his bike. He readily handed me the keys and even asked if I wanted him to come along. I politely declined. I didn't want to trouble him for what seemed like a simple ride. I had no idea what was waiting for me on that road. I rode off, following the path my uncle had given me, the cold wind cutting through my jacket as the night deepened. The road was eerily empty, only the dim glow of the bike's weak headlight illuminating the path ahead. It was a straight stretch, bordered by vast fields and scattered trees on either side, stretching into the darkness. By the time I reached my uncle, it was past 9:15 p.m. We decided to stop by the mechanic's village to check if his motorcycle could be picked up, but when we arrived, the shop was already closed. With no other option, we turned around and began the ride back home. That's when it happened. The road was quiet. Too quiet. There were no distant headlights, no sounds of animals, nothing but the faint hum of the bike's engine. I focused on the road ahead, but my attention was suddenly drawn to the side, to a lone tamarind tree standing just a few meters from the roadside. And beneath it, there was a woman. She stood perfectly still, dressed in an Indian bridal sari, deep red, shimmering under the moonlight. Her face was hidden beneath the fabric draped over her head, but one of her arms was stretched forward, her hand raised as if signaling for a ride. I was too stunned to move. The bike came to an abrupt halt, my hands freezing on the brakes. My uncle, sitting behind me, leaned forward in confusion. "What happened?" he asked. I could barely form words. My eyes were locked onto the woman, her unmoving figure somehow more terrifying than if she had been walking toward us. She's asking for a ride," I whispered. My uncle stiffened. "Who?" "The woman. I said, pointing. But before I could finish, I felt him grip my shoulder, tight, almost painful. Drive, he ordered, his voice firm. I hesitated. But what if she needs help? There's no one there. I turned to look at him, disbelief flooding my mind. But when I glanced back at the tree, my heart nearly stopped. She was moving, walking toward us. Not running, not stumbling, but floating forward, her feet not touching the ground. Panic surged through me, but before I could react, my uncle grabbed the handlebars himself and forced the bike forward. The engine roared as we sped away, the bike shaking beneath us from the sudden acceleration. I wanted to look back. I needed to look back. But some deep, primal instinct screamed at me not to. By the time we reached home, I barely had time to put the bike on its stand before my uncle slapped me, hard, twice. The sharp sting snapped me out of my daze. My mother rushed forward, alarmed. Bia, what's wrong? Why did you hit him? My uncle turned to her, his face pale, his hands shaking slightly. He saw her. My mother's eyes widened. Saw who? The woman, my uncle muttered. But I didn't. A deep silence settled over the room. That was all the explanation we needed. My mother crossed herself instinctively, while my younger brother clutched my sleeve, confused and frightened. I sat down, my mind racing. If my uncle, sitting right behind me, hadn't seen the woman, then what the hell had I seen? And if she wasn't real, if she was just a hallucination or a shadow, then why did my uncle panic the way he did? That night I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes I saw her again, standing beneath that tree, covered in red, reaching for me. The next morning, my uncle spoke to some of the older villagers. They knew her. They had seen her before. She was the spirit of a woman who had died decades ago, a bride who had taken her own life on her wedding night after being betrayed by her husband. Some say she still waits for him, hoping to take him with her. Others say she just waits for anyone foolish enough to stop. I don't know what would have happened if I had waited a moment longer that night. And I don't want to find out. I was 15 when she passed away. A family friend, but so much more than that. She was a safe place, a shelter in the storm of life. Whenever things felt too overwhelming, too much to bear, she was there with warm words and quiet understanding. And then, suddenly, she wasn't. The loss hit me hard, even if I didn't fully grasp its permanence at the time. I remember standing at her funeral, surrounded by grieving faces, feeling an emptiness settle in my chest. It felt surreal, like she was just in another room and any moment now, she would walk in, smiling. But she never did. A few months later, she came to me in a dream. It wasn't just any dream, it felt real. Too real. The air was soft, thick with a golden light that seemed to come from everywhere, and nowhere all at once. We were sitting beneath a Japanese cherry blossom tree, its delicate pink petals drifting down like snow. She looked the same as I remembered her, gentle, warm, full of life. She smiled and told me she had something to tell me. "I'll be back," she said. "When it's time, I'll bring you news." And then she was gone. I woke up feeling peaceful, almost as if I had really sat with her, spoken to her. But as the years passed, life carried me forward, and I slowly forgot about the dream, about the promise she had made. 15 years went by. I got married. My husband and I dreamed of starting a family, but the road was not easy. We struggled. IVF treatments, hospital visits, hope, then disappointment. Over and over again. It was after our first IVF attempt that she came to me again. But this time, I was awake. I was in the hospital, still groggy from the painkillers they had given me, lying in bed and drifting in and out of sleep. I remember seeing a nurse walk into my room, her face so familiar, too familiar. She looked like her. I stared dazed as she came closer. And then, in a soft voice, she said something that made my blood run cold. "It will fail. And it will keep failing." I blinked, confused, trying to focus. The room swam around me. What did you say? I asked. The nurse gave me a strange look. She didn't look like my friend anymore. I shook it off, blaming the medication for my hallucination. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was nothing. But the words lingered in my mind, settling deep into my bones, filling me with an unease I couldn't shake. I wanted to believe she was wrong. I clung to hope. But she wasn't wrong. The treatments continued to fail. My husband and I had to make a decision, a hard one. We went our separate ways, accepting that some things weren't meant to be. It was painful, but in some ways, it was freeing. I was finally letting go of something that was never meant to be mine. Then, she came to me again. This time in a dream. She was back under the cherry blossom tree, looking at me with quiet sympathy. I told you it would fail, she said. And that was when I remembered the hospital nurse. The one who had spoken those words to me. The one who had looked just like her. A chill ran through me. Had she been trying to warn me all along? The dreams continued. Toward the end of 2014, she visited me again. This time, there was excitement in her voice. There's going to be a surprise, she said. A big one. A miracle. I wanted to believe her. Days later, my mother, who had been battling cancer, received the news that her treatment had worked. She was cancer-free. It felt like the miracle my friend had promised. Or so I thought. Then I got sick. A persistent flu that wouldn't go away. It dragged on, and I finally decided to go to the doctor. But before I left the house, a strange thought crossed my mind, a sudden urge to buy a pregnancy test. It was ridiculous. Impossible. Doctors had told me long ago that I couldn't conceive naturally. But something inside me whispered, do it. So I did. And it was positive. My boyfriend and I stared at the test in stunned silence, unable to believe what we were seeing. The doctors had been so sure. Science had been so certain. And yet here we were. That night I dreamed again. She was waiting for me under the cherry blossom tree, a knowing smile on her face. Congratulations, she said. She told me she would be with me during the pregnancy, guiding me, sending me signs. I woke up feeling warm, comforted. But then, nausea. I barely made it to the bathroom in time. As I sat there, trying to catch my breath, my boyfriend walked in, holding a glass of water. I reached for it, but then, he paused. Something was floating in the glass. A single, tiny pink petal. It was February. No cherry blossoms. No flowers in bloom. And yet there it was. Months passed. In March, she visited me again, showing me an image, a little girl, with long blonde curls, eating ice cream and cheese. That little girl would become my daughter. Choosing her name was a struggle. My boyfriend and I debated endlessly, unable to settle on one. Then, one evening, we went for a walk along the river. We watched the ships glide across the water, their names painted boldly along their hulls. Then, a gust of wind. A sudden flurry of pink petals, swirling through the air. And at that exact moment, a ship passed by. On its side was the name we had been discussing all along. It felt like a sign. By July, I was exhausted. The pregnancy had taken its toll, and I was counting down the days until it was over. But then, she came to me again. Hang on, she told me. Everything will be okay. She was right. My daughter was born 7 weeks early. She was rushed to another hospital for emergency surgery. My heart shattered. They wheeled me into a wheelchair to take me to her, and as they did, I saw them. Tiny pink petals, on the wheelchair. How? I had no idea. But I felt her presence. At the new hospital, everything was pink. Pink bed covers. Pink toilet paper. It was everywhere. A sign? I wanted to believe it. Then came the real sign. The next morning, a nurse knocked on my door. She told me my daughter was doing well. Her name? The same as my friend's. One letter different, but the same. When I arrived at the new intensive care unit, the nurse tending to my daughter introduced herself. Her name? The same as my mother's. 2 perfect name matches. Coincidence? Maybe. But in my heart I knew better. That night, we were given a room in the guest house. And right outside our window stood a Japanese cherry blossom tree. In full bloom. It was not the season for cherry blossoms. That night, she came to me one last time. She told me that my daughter would be okay. That I didn't need to worry anymore. That I wouldn't see her again for a long time. But that she would always be watching. And that, once in a while, when I needed it most, she would send me a sign. And sometimes, on the coldest days of winter, or in the middle of a summer storm, I'll see them. Tiny pink petals, drifting through the air. I wasn't even a year old when it happened, far too young to remember anything myself. But I grew up hearing the story, the hushed whispers of my mother and eldest sister, Victoria, as they tried to avoid talking about it, only for their voices to tremble when they finally did. It was something they never wanted to relive, something that left a scar in their memories. One that, even after all these years, refused to fade. My mother always said she felt something was off that night. It was just a regular evening at home. My father and older brothers were away, attending my grandfather's wake. That left my mother alone with my 2 sisters, Victoria and Rose, in the house. It was quiet, the kind of silence that settles when the day winds down, and the world outside is cloaked in darkness. Victoria was about 8 years old at the time, and Rose was 5. They had finished dinner and were in my mother's bedroom, standing before the large, antique dresser mirror that had been there for as long as anyone could remember. My mother stood with them, brushing out their long hair, and the 3 of them chatted and laughed. It was a simple, warm moment, nothing out of the ordinary. I was lying in the middle of the bed, dozing off, my tiny body nestled between the blankets as they continued their little beauty routine. None of them had any idea that within moments, something inexplicable was about to happen. Victoria had been gently running a brush through Rose's hair, her movements slow and methodical. But then, she noticed something strange in the mirror. At first, she thought it was just a trick of the dim bedroom light. Something about Rose's reflection was off. It wasn't just her expression, it was her whole posture. Her body looked unnaturally stiff, her limbs unmoving, her face frozen in an unreadable stare. Her eyes, though. Victoria's hands trembled as she took a step back. They weren't Rose's eyes. Dark. Deep. Hollow. They weren't just staring. They were boring into her, unblinking, unnervingly focused. Victoria swallowed, calling Rose's name softly at first. Then again. Louder. No reaction. A cold chill prickled up my mother's spine as she, too, noticed the way Rose's reflection had changed. The warm, playful child that had been there moments before was gone. Something else had taken her place. Victoria grabbed Rose's shoulders, turning her away from the mirror to face her directly. But the stiffness remained. Rose wasn't reacting. She wasn't blinking. And then, she spoke. But it wasn't her voice. It was deep, raspy, unnatural. A man's voice. My mother gasped, stepping backward in shock. Victoria, now shaking, kept calling Rose's name, begging her to snap out of it. But she didn't move. She didn't flinch. The voice kept speaking, low, guttural words that neither of them could understand. It wasn't English. It wasn't anything they recognized. Just a stream of syllables that made no sense, yet somehow filled the room with a dreadful, suffocating weight. Victoria shook her again. My mother shouted her name. Nothing. Panic clawed at them both. Desperate, Victoria raised a trembling hand and slapped Rose across the face. Still, nothing. It was like she was trapped, locked inside a body that wasn't hers anymore. And then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. Rose blinked. Her body sagged slightly, her limbs loosening. The eerie stillness was gone, and just like that, she was Rose again. She looked at them both in confusion, tilting her head. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice completely normal. They stared at her, their hearts still hammering in their chests. "You," Victoria stammered. You were just. But Rose only frowned. What are you talking about? She had no idea what had just happened. My mother and sister tried to explain, the mirror, the voice, how she had stood there like a statue, speaking in a language that wasn't her own. But Rose only shook her head, bewildered, completely unaware of what they were talking about. She had no memory of it. To this day, she still doesn't. The experience left my mother and Victoria shaken, something they never fully came to terms with. They don't like talking about it. Even years later, when I first learned about what happened that night, I could see how just remembering it made their hands tremble. It was as if somewhere in the deepest parts of their minds, that night never ended. There was something else, though. Something that, for a long time, they didn't connect to that night. It happened when Rose was younger, before I was even born. She had been playing on the driveway, a happy toddler barely aware of the world beyond her little games. My mother was nearby, tending to the garden, her back turned to Rose. There was no reason for her to look up. No reason for her to suddenly stop what she was doing. But she did. For no apparent reason, she felt a strong, urgent pull in her chest. A feeling so intense and overwhelming that she acted without thinking. She turned, rushed over to Rose, and picked her up, moving her out of the driveway and into the garden bed. It was only after she had done it that she stopped, confused. Why had she done that? And then, the sound of an engine. She turned back just in time to see my father reversing the car. Right over the exact spot where Rose had just been playing. If she hadn't moved her, my father never would have seen her. To this day, my mother insists something else made her move. Something she couldn't explain. And the strangest part? Both of these incidents, the night in front of the mirror and the driveway incident, happened when my grandfather had just passed away. Could it have been him? Could it have been his voice that had spoken through Rose? Had he been trying to frighten my mother, to remind her that even in death, he was still there? Or had he been the one to save Rose that day on the driveway, pulling my mother's attention just in time? We may never know. Rose, for her part, refuses to believe any of it. She dismisses it as childhood sleepwalking, half-awake hallucinations, or overactive imaginations. But my mother and Victoria? They remember. They saw it with their own eyes. And when the story is brought up, I see it in them, the fear that still lingers, buried but never forgotten. When my husband and I moved into our new house in Ardrossan, Scotland, we weren't searching for anything special, just a peaceful place where we could escape the trouble we had faced in our previous flat. The flat had come with its fair share of problems, but the worst part had been the neighbors. So, when we found this semi-detached house in a familiar area, surrounded by people we knew and trusted, it felt like the perfect solution. It wasn't grand or newly built, but it was enough for us. On our first night in the house, I had a dream so vivid that for weeks afterward, I questioned whether it had been a dream at all, or something more. In the dream, a man I had never seen before beckoned me from my bed. He looked to be somewhere between 50 and 55 years old, his figure blurry and shadowed in the darkness. His face was obscured, like a smudged painting, making it impossible to read his expression, but there was something about him that didn't seem hostile, just urgent. Without questioning, I followed him. He led me into the spare bedroom beside ours. Even though I barely knew the layout of the house yet, I recognized everything perfectly in the dream, the walls, the floor, even the faint creaking underfoot. The man lifted his arm and pointed toward the boiler cupboard. I woke up with a start. My heart pounded in my chest as I sat in bed, trying to make sense of it. There was something about the dream that felt too real, as though I had actually gotten up and followed him in my sleep. The memory of standing in front of the boiler cupboard lingered in my mind, and for some reason, I felt a deep unease about it. The next morning, I casually told my husband about the dream. I left out the part where I felt like I had actually been there. Even to me, it sounded absurd. He shrugged it off, joking that maybe I was just getting too attached to the house already. We laughed about it, and soon, it was forgotten. But as the months passed, something about the house felt off. It wasn't anything obvious at first, just a subtle feeling of being watched. It was strongest in the mornings, particularly when I walked past the spare bedroom doorway on my way to the bathroom. At first, I dismissed it as paranoia. Maybe it was just my imagination, adjusting to a new space. But no matter how much I reasoned with myself, the feeling never went away. A year into living in the house, we began having serious issues with the heating system. The boiler was unreliable, sometimes refusing to fire up, other times making strange noises that echoed through the walls. There was even a time when the carbon monoxide alarm suddenly went off, sending my heart into my throat. We called in several gas engineers, but their answers were always the same. The boiler was old. It was dangerous. It needed to be replaced. One of the engineers even warned us outright that the system was a major safety hazard. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. The dream from our first night in the house, the man leading me to the boiler cupboard, flashed through my mind. It had been a warning, hadn't it? A message I had ignored. Replacing the boiler, however, wasn't as easy as we thought it would be. The letting agency was reluctant to take action, brushing off our concerns and dragging out the process. Days turned into weeks, and still, nothing had been done. We had no heating, no hot water, and little in the way of assistance. And strangely, the longer we went without fixing it, the more the house felt active. Things started going missing, only to reappear in places we swore we had already checked. The feeling of being watched grew stronger, and some mornings, I found myself practically running past the spare room doorway just to get to the bathroom. Then, one evening, something happened that I couldn't ignore. My husband was due home from work in about 15 minutes. I was standing in the kitchen, preparing dinner, absent-mindedly chopping vegetables at the breakfast bar. The house was quiet except for the soft scrape of the knife against the cutting board. And then, from the corner of my eye, I saw him. A figure, a man, standing in the kitchen doorway. The shock froze me in place. My breath caught in my throat, and for a split second, my heart stopped. It happened so fast. I turned toward the doorway, expecting to see my husband home early. But there was nothing. The air felt thick, pressing against my skin, as though something had just been there, and was now gone. For several seconds, I just stood there, my knife hovering over the cutting board. My hands trembled, my legs weak as jelly. The logical part of my brain tried to dismiss it as a trick of the light, maybe a shadow shifting, a passing illusion. But in my gut I knew. He was real. And he wanted my attention. The presence in the house only intensified from that moment on. The neighbors, an older couple who had lived in the area for years, were kind and talkative. One day, I found myself mentioning, casually, carefully, that the house had had quite a few previous occupants. The woman next door nodded knowingly. "There's been a lot of people in and out of number 58, she told me. But the one I remember the most was an older man. He lived there years ago. Think he passed away a while back." A shiver crawled up my spine. The doorway man? I had never seen his face in my dream. But I felt, with absolute certainty, that it had been him. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of frustration, the boiler was replaced. And as soon as it was, I felt a shift. The house no longer felt as suffocating, as heavy. The tension lifted, and the relentless feeling of being watched faded into the background. But it never disappeared completely. Even now, I still feel him there, especially in the mornings, standing just beyond the back room doorway as I pass. It no longer fills me with dread, though. It's just there. A presence. A reminder. Even the cats notice him. Sometimes, I catch them following something invisible with their eyes, watching as if someone is walking across the room. Occasionally, I see them staring up the stairs, as if something has just gone up ahead of them. Maybe the doorway man was never a threat. Maybe he was just trying to warn us all along. When I was about 15, one of our close family friends passed away. She had always been a comforting presence in my life, someone I could turn to when things got tough. Her home was a safe place, a refuge from everything else. Losing her left a deep sadness in me, and for months, I thought about her often, wondering where she had gone and if she was at peace. A few months after her passing, I had a dream about her. It was vivid, almost too real to be just a dream. She was sitting under a Japanese cherry blossom tree, bathed in warm, golden light. She looked peaceful, radiant, almost as if she was part of the light itself. She smiled at me and spoke softly, telling me she would return with news, but that it would take time. When I woke up, I felt a strange sense of comfort, as if she was truly watching over me. I held on to that moment, but as the years passed, I slowly forgot about the dream. 15 years went by, and my life had changed in so many ways. I got married, and my husband and I were trying to have children. It wasn't easy. We struggled, going through multiple IVF treatments, each time filled with hope, only to be met with disappointment. The process was exhausting, and after our first IVF attempt, I ended up in the hospital. The pain was unbearable, and the doctors had given me strong medication to help. I drifted in and out of consciousness, barely aware of my surroundings. Then, through the haze of my medication, I saw a nurse walking into my room. Something about her seemed familiar. She looked almost exactly like my old friend. She approached me and, in the gentlest voice, whispered something that made my blood run cold. She told me the treatment would fail and that no matter how many times I tried, it wouldn't work. Her voice was steady, sad, almost apologetic. I blinked in confusion, and in that instant, she was gone. A different nurse stood there, one I had never seen before, looking at me as if nothing had happened. I asked her what she had just said, but she looked puzzled and replied that she hadn't said anything. My heart pounded, but the painkillers clouded my thoughts, making it hard to focus. I brushed it off as a hallucination, convincing myself it was just the drugs messing with my mind. Years passed, and my marriage fell apart. My husband and I made difficult decisions, and ultimately, we went our separate ways. After everything, I had forgotten about the strange encounter in the hospital. Then, one night, I had another dream. My friend was there again, sitting under the same cherry blossom tree. She looked at me with sad but knowing eyes and said, "I told you it would fail." That was when the memory of the hospital came rushing back to me. I remembered everything, the nurse who looked just like her, the warning she had given me. It hadn't been my imagination after all. Toward the end of 2014, I had another dream of her. This time, she told me something different. She said that a miracle was coming, something I would never expect. She reassured me that it would be something beautiful, a surprise that would change everything. At first, I thought she was referring to my mother, who had recently undergone cancer treatment. Just days after the dream, the doctors declared my mother cancer-free. It felt like a miracle, and I was convinced that was what my friend had meant. Then, a few weeks later, I got sick. It started with what I thought was just the flu, but it wouldn't go away. The exhaustion, the nausea, it lingered, making me feel worse by the day. Before going to the doctor, I had an overwhelming feeling, a strange urge that I couldn't explain. Something inside me told me to buy a pregnancy test. It felt ridiculous, considering everything I had been through. The doctors had told me I couldn't conceive without medical help. But the feeling was too strong to ignore. I bought the test, went home, and took it. The result appeared almost instantly, positive. My heart nearly stopped. My boyfriend and I stared at each other, unable to believe what we were seeing. It wasn't possible. The doctors had told me it was impossible. But there it was, clear as day. That night, as I lay in bed, I had another dream. My friend was there again, sitting under the cherry blossom tree. She smiled at me, warmth radiating from her. "Congratulations," she said. "I told you a miracle was coming." I woke up feeling a deep, overwhelming joy. But as I sat up, something strange happened. My boyfriend, who had been asleep beside me, reached for his glass of water on the nightstand. He frowned, staring at something floating inside. A small, delicate pink flower petal. There were no flowers in the house. It was the middle of winter. And yet there it was. A few weeks later, I had another dream. This time, she showed me an image of a little girl with long, curly blonde hair. She was eating ice cream and cheese, laughing happily. My heart swelled at the sight of her. "You'll understand soon," my friend said before the dream faded. As the months passed, my boyfriend and I started discussing baby names. We had a few in mind but weren't completely sure. One day, while sitting by the river, watching the boats go by, something caught my boyfriend's eye. A ship was passing, its name painted clearly on the side. It was the exact name we had been discussing for our baby girl. We took it as a sign. The pregnancy was tough. By July, I was exhausted, struggling to sleep, feeling like I couldn't take it anymore. One night, I dreamed of her again. She told me to hold on just a little longer, that everything would be okay. A few days later, my daughter was born, 7 weeks early. She had to be rushed to another hospital for emergency surgery. My heart shattered as I watched them take her away. As they wheeled me through the hospital, I noticed something strange. Tiny pink flower petals scattered on the wheelchair. There were no flowers anywhere nearby. When I arrived at the hospital, I was a wreck. But something incredible happened. The nurse who greeted me had the same name as my friend. Her last name was one letter different. She smiled warmly, reassuring me that my daughter was in good hands. Later, at the neonatal intensive care unit, the nurse taking care of my baby had the same name as my mother. She looked at me with kindness and said, "She's going to be just fine." I laughed through my tears, realizing these were the 2 signs my friend had promised me. That night, in the guest house near the hospital, I looked out the window. Right outside was a Japanese cherry blossom tree, in full bloom. It was the middle of summer, far from cherry blossom season. That night, I had one final dream. My friend was there, smiling as she always did. She told me that everything would be okay, that she would always be watching over me and my daughter. "You won't see me for a long time," she said, "but I'll always be here. And once in a while, I'll send you a sign." Since then, I sometimes find tiny pink flower petals in the most unexpected places, sometimes even in the middle of a snowstorm. I smile every time. I know she's still with me. It was the early years of my grandfather's youth, around the time he was 18 or 19. He and a few of his closest friends decided to spend the night at a friend's farm on the outskirts of Nagpur city. The farm was vast, surrounded by thick greenery, with a house built on one side. From the house, the rest of the farm was visible, as well as the main road that stretched into the distance. The plan was simple: enjoy a night away from the chaos of city life, have deep conversations, and bask in the quiet of the countryside. The evening was pleasant, filled with lively chatter and discussions about their futures. They spoke about their ambitions, their careers, and even their thoughts on marriage. It was the kind of night where the worries of the world felt far away. Instead of retreating to separate rooms, they arranged wooden cots in the drawing hall, preferring to sleep together in the open space. As the night deepened, the warmth of summer made sleep difficult. The temperature in Nagpur during summer could be unbearable, sometimes reaching between 40 to 45 degrees Celsius. My grandfather, feeling restless, woke up around 3 a.m. with an unbearable thirst. He reached for the jug of water placed nearby, took a few sips, but still felt unsettled. His long-standing habit of smoking a bidi at odd hours got the best of him, and he decided to step outside for a smoke. As he walked out into the quiet night, the world seemed unnervingly still. The farm was silent except for the occasional rustling of leaves, and the road ahead stretched into the darkness. He moved toward the main road, the glow of his bidi flickering faintly in the night. He took slow drags, enjoying the solitude, when suddenly his eyes caught sight of something unusual. Just a little ahead, sitting on the side of the road, was a young girl. She couldn't have been older than 5 or 6. At first, he thought maybe she belonged to a nearby house or perhaps she had wandered too far from her family. But something about her presence unsettled him. It wasn't normal for a child to be sitting alone on a deserted road at this hour. He approached her cautiously, speaking in Marathi, his voice firm yet gentle. "Hey, little girl, what are you doing out here so late at night? Where are your parents? Who let you out alone like this?" The child didn't respond. She just sat there, unmoving, her eyes staring ahead. He frowned, his concern growing. Raising his voice slightly, he asked again. "Tell me, where is your home? Do you need help? I can take you back to your parents." This time, the girl spoke. Her voice was soft yet eerily calm, sending chills down his spine as she said something that would haunt him forever. "My name is XYZ," she whispered. "My mother, my father, my grandmother, and I were traveling on this road in our car. A speeding car crashed into ours, and in that accident, I died." My grandfather froze, a wave of cold fear washing over him despite the summer heat. His rational mind tried to brush off her words as a child's imagination, a bizarre prank perhaps. He refused to believe in anything supernatural. Wanting to shake off his unease, he decided to test her further. "Tell me where you live," he said. "I'll take you home to your parents." There was silence. The girl remained still for a few moments before finally speaking again. She gave him an address, an area within Nagpur city. Then, without another word, she stood up and began walking away. Something about the way she moved made his stomach churn. It wasn't the usual hesitant steps of a child lost in the dark. She moved smoothly, as though she was gliding rather than walking. Without thinking, my grandfather began following her. He felt a strange pull, like she wanted him to come with her. His mind screamed at him to stop, to turn back, but his feet moved forward on their own. Then, suddenly, his trance was broken by the distant sound of voices calling his name. "Harish! Harish! Where are you going?" He stopped abruptly, turning back toward the shouts. His friends were running toward him, panic evident on their faces. "What are you doing out here? Who are you talking to?" one of them asked breathlessly. "My bike was parked here, and I saw a little girl. She needed help, so I was just taking her to her home," my grandfather replied, turning back toward the girl. But she was gone. His heart pounded. There was no sign of her anywhere. She had vanished into the darkness without a trace. He searched frantically, looking around the road, the bushes, anywhere she might have gone. But there was nothing. Just the eerie silence of the night. His friends, sensing his unease, dismissed it as a trick of the mind. "You must have been sleepy," one of them said. "There was no one here, Harish. Come on, let's go back inside." Confused and shaken, he nodded and walked back to the house with them. But sleep never came. His mind raced with questions. Had he imagined the entire thing? Had the girl really been there? If so, where did she go? The next morning, unable to shake off the experience, he excused himself from his friends and returned home. He said nothing to his family, choosing instead to process everything on his own. But the image of the little girl haunted him. Her voice, her words, it all felt too real. Determined to find answers, he set out on his bicycle that day, searching for the address the girl had given him. He spent the next 2 to 3 days riding through the city, asking around, trying to locate the family. Just as he was about to give up, he found it. Standing outside their house, he took a deep breath and knocked on the door. A man and a woman, looking tired and grief-stricken, answered. "Excuse me," my grandfather began hesitantly. "I need to ask you about your daughter. Has she come home?" The couple looked at him in confusion, unsure of how this stranger knew about their child. My grandfather took a deep breath and recounted everything, the little girl on the road, her words, her address, how she had vanished before his eyes. As he spoke, he saw tears welling in their eyes. "She's gone," the mother whispered. "It happened a few months ago. We were driving down that road when a speeding car hit us. We survived, but our little girl, she didn't." A heavy silence filled the room. My grandfather felt a lump in his throat. "I saw her," he said quietly. "She was there. On that road. She spoke to me." The mother broke down in tears, and the father looked away, grief etched into his face. My grandfather sat with them for a while, comforting them, offering prayers for the little girl's soul. He felt an unexpected connection with the family, as though fate had drawn him to them for a reason. Before leaving, he shared his address and invited them to visit if they ever needed anything. They thanked him, grateful yet heartbroken, and he bid them goodbye. After that, my grandfather never went back to that farm. Whatever had happened that night, he did not wish to experience anything like it again. But he never forgot the little girl on the road, the child who had been lost between the world of the living and the dead, searching for someone to listen to her story. For 10 years, I lived in a small rented house in a neighborhood built decades ago to house industrial shipyard workers. The houses were nearly identical, with similar structures and layouts, making them easy to confuse with one another from the outside. My home, like the rest, had a small cement porch with a set of steps leading up to the front door. From my living room, a double window overlooked these steps, giving me a clear view of anyone who approached. It started subtly. On certain afternoons, when the light was just right, I would catch the fleeting impression of someone approaching the house. It wasn't something I heard. There were no footsteps, no rustling of clothing or jingling of keys. It was purely visual, almost like a flicker in my peripheral vision, as though a few misplaced frames from a film had been spliced into reality. A brief, shadowed figure would move towards the steps, just enough for me to register its presence before vanishing. At first, I reacted instinctively, rising to check who was there. But every time, I found nothing. The porch remained empty, the street silent. After the first few times, I started to wonder if I was imagining things, but the experiences kept happening, always the same, someone coming home, but no one ever arriving. I asked my landlady about it once. She had inherited the house from her father, and had lived there herself during college. I didn't expect her to confirm my experiences, but I was curious. She didn't seem startled by my question, nor did she laugh it off. Instead, she simply shook her head and said she had never noticed anything like that. She didn't dismiss it outright though, which left me wondering. If she had seen something similar, would she have admitted it? My housemates, when I had them, were too emotionally unstable to involve in conversations about the paranormal. The last thing I wanted was to scare them into moving out and leaving me to cover the full rent. Maybe that was why my landlady kept quiet too, didn't want to spook the tenants. What made the experiences even stranger was that my 2 dogs never reacted. Not once. They were boxers, big and protective, always alert to movement outside the house. If an actual person had approached, they would have been at the window instantly, barking and pawing at the glass, putting on their usual display of intimidation. They had a habit of perching their front paws on the sill, standing tall and growling at anyone who came too close. They lived for moments like that, for the game of scaring visitors. But when I saw the arrival, outside, they never so much as lifted their heads. The figure was never distinct. I couldn't make out a face or specific details, only the general sense that it was a man. The posture suggested someone returning from work, shoulders slightly slouched from exhaustion, head tilted forward as if deep in thought. Sometimes, in that split-second impression, I sensed the outline of a hat. The way the movement played in my vision was peculiar. It wasn't like seeing an actual person, nor was it like a ghostly apparition one might imagine. It was like catching a reflection that shouldn't be there, a slant of light where none should exist. A trick of the eye? Maybe. But why always the same movement? The same form? It happened most often in summer, when the late afternoon light stretched long shadows across the pavement. I wondered if the changing seasons had something to do with it, if the way the sun hit the porch at certain angles created some illusion my brain misinterpreted. But that explanation never felt quite right. It wasn't just light and shadow, there was something deliberate in the way the figure moved. I often pondered whether this was truly a ghost or something else entirely. I've heard people describe paranormal sightings as something they see with their eyes, while others claim it's more of an impression, an image projected into their mind rather than a physical presence. What I experienced seemed to be somewhere in between. I both saw and felt it, never directly, always in a fleeting moment. The history of the land intrigued me. Before the shipyard houses were built during World War II, the area had been part of a vast woodland estate owned by an officer from nearby Fort Vancouver. His name, I believe, was Harney, though I never found much information on him. I wondered what had stood here before my house was built, if there had been roads or structures in the same place, and if whoever I saw was somehow tied to a past that had been erased. Over the years, the experiences remained the same, never escalating but never ceasing either. It was just something I had come to accept. I'd be sitting in the living room, lost in thought, when I'd suddenly feel the approach and glance up just in time to see it, an almost there figure, reaching the steps but never quite arriving. And then, just as quickly, it would be gone. When my lease ended, the house was sold to the bank. I don't know if it still stands or if someone else lives there now. I've often wondered if the new tenants have noticed anything. If they too, sometimes look up from their couch and catch the faintest glimpse of someone coming home, only to find the porch empty once again. After finishing my degree, I accepted a teaching job in a small town in southwestern Saskatchewan, Canada. It was a tiny place, home to only about 90 people, and as expected, housing options were extremely limited. There were only 2 rental options available. One was a basement suite, and the other was an old, rundown house. At first glance, the house unsettled me. Something about it just didn't feel right. But I brushed off my unease, telling myself I was being irrational. The house was larger than the basement suite, and since my boyfriend planned on moving in with me, I figured having extra space would be ideal. The woman who owned the house, a kind-looking elderly lady, offered to show me around. She spoke warmly about the property, telling me that her uncle had lived there for many happy years and how much he had loved the town and its quiet surroundings. Inside, the house had a straightforward layout. The front door opened into a small entryway that led directly into the kitchen. A short hallway connected the kitchen to a small living room, and on the right side of the house were 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. If you stood at the front door, you could see all the way to the back of the house in a straight line. There was also a small attic and a basement, which the woman was eager to show me. The basement was simple, just a cement-walled cellar with a dirt floor. But right in the middle of it, half buried beneath the earth, was an old stone well. It was covered by a large circular stone slab, but the sight of it made my stomach churn. It looked eerily similar to the well from The Ring, the kind you'd expect to be the source of something terrible. Still, I kept my composure and followed her to the attic. The entrance was cramped, with only a narrow set of stairs leading up. The woman encouraged me to take a look, but there wasn't enough space for both of us to go up together. I climbed the stairs hesitantly and peeked inside. It was a low, crawl-space-like area, covered in loose rocks. The second I stuck my head up there, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over me. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to get out. I felt as if something was watching me. I pulled my head back immediately. "You should take a better look," the woman insisted, smiling. "You were barely up there a second." I refused outright. Something about that space was wrong. I thanked her for the tour and told her I'd be in touch. But as I drove away, glancing back at the house in my rearview mirror, my blood ran cold. In the attic window, I saw a man's face staring out at me. His expression was full of hate. He was glaring, watching me leave. Needless to say, I rented the basement suite instead. A few days later, my new principal at the school casually asked which rental I had chosen. When I told her about the basement suite, she let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, thank God," she said. "I didn't want to say anything before, because I didn't want to influence your decision, but that house is terribly haunted." She then proceeded to tell me the real history of the place. The woman's uncle had indeed lived there, but his time in the house had been anything but happy. He was mentally unstable and often violent. One night, after a heated argument, he chased his wife out of the house with a shotgun. She ran, but he caught up to her and shot her dead right outside. Then, he returned home, sat in the living room, and turned the gun on himself. Since then, the house had been rented out many times, but no one ever stayed long. Tenants reported horrifying experiences, blood dripping from the ceiling, deafening screams echoing through the halls, and an overwhelming sense of being watched. And then there was the face in the attic window. So many people had seen it that, over time, the town simply accepted its presence. During my second year in town, a new teacher named John was hired, and unfortunately for him, there were no other housing options available. He had no choice but to move into that house. He never spoke about his experiences, always brushing off any questions about the haunting. He seemed to be in denial, as if acknowledging it would somehow make things worse. One evening, just after sunset, I decided to bring him a pie as a welcome gift. I knew how lonely the small town could be when you first arrived, and I figured it was a kind gesture. As I approached the house, I noticed it was mostly dark inside. The only light came from the flickering glow of a television in the living room. I knocked on the door, calling John's name. The door was slightly ajar, creaking open with the breeze. There was no response. I hesitated but then saw movement inside. Squinting through the dim light, I thought I saw fabric shifting near the far bedroom door. My heart started pounding. Then, something even more unsettling happened. A head slowly peeked out from behind the bedroom door frame before quickly ducking back inside. I blinked, trying to process what I had just seen. It didn't make sense. "John!" I called again, my voice shaking slightly. Silence. I took a step forward, instinctively pushing the door open wider. And then it happened. The shadow stepped fully into the doorway. I couldn't see any defining facial features. It was just darkness, a tall silhouette. But my eyes were immediately drawn to one detail. In its hands, gripped tightly, was a shotgun. I dropped the pie. I don't even remember my legs moving, but I ran. I sprinted through the fading light, my heart hammering against my chest. I didn't stop until I was inside my own home, locking the door behind me. My hands were trembling so badly that I could barely turn the key. I collapsed onto the floor, shaking, trying to catch my breath. When my boyfriend asked me what had happened, I couldn't even form the words. I was hysterical. The next day, John found the broken pie on his doorstep. Confused, he asked around town about it. That's when I found out. He hadn't even been home that evening. He was at the school, working late. I forced a smile and lied, telling him I'd seen a spider and freaked out, dropping the pie in the process. He laughed it off, and I pretended like nothing happened. But I knew the truth. I knew exactly what I saw. And I never went near that house again. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I was 20 years old when my grandpa's health began to decline rapidly. He had been battling a lung disease for a while, but it seemed as though the illness had suddenly tightened its grip on him. One day, he collapsed at home, his breathing short and raspy. My grandma, terrified, called an ambulance, and he was rushed to the closest hospital. But after an initial evaluation, they decided to transfer him to Erlanger Hospital in Atlanta, Georgia. The doctors there told us his lungs were filling with fluid, and they planned to insert a tube to drain it, but in reality, they didn't believe he had much time left. 2 days passed, and there was no improvement. Each update from the hospital sounded worse than the last. As soon as I got the call, I didn't hesitate. I dropped everything, got in my car, and drove straight to Atlanta. The 3-hour drive felt endless, my hands gripping the wheel as I ran through every memory I had with my grandpa. He had always been more than just family to me. He was my rock, the person who always understood me when no one else did. He had been there through every major moment of my life, always encouraging me, always reminding me that fear should never stand in the way of dreams. There was no way I wasn't going to be there for him in his final moments. When I arrived, the atmosphere in the hospital was heavy with grief. The doctors had already told my family there was no hope, and they urged us to call anyone who wanted to say goodbye. I walked into his hospital room, my heart breaking at the sight of him hooked up to machines, tubes keeping him breathing. They had put him into a medicated coma, but I still spoke to him as if nothing had changed. I told him about my drive, the funny customers I had served at work the other night, and even described the breathtaking sunset that I could see from his window, hoping that somehow, even in his unconscious state, he could hear me. I told him I loved him over and over, holding onto his hand, squeezing it gently. I reminded him of all the times he had been there for me, our backyard camping trips, the times he cheered me on at my chorus concerts, the little lessons he had passed down to me. His most important one echoed in my mind: never let your fears stop you from chasing your dreams. It was late when the hospital made an announcement that visiting hours were over. I pressed a kiss to his cheek and hugged my grandma, reassuring her that I wasn't going far. If she needed anything, I would be there in a heartbeat. After a quick bite to eat with my mom and brother, I drove around the city, looking for a cheap motel, but everything was either out of my budget or just didn't feel right. Eventually, I made the decision to just sleep in my car in the hospital parking lot. It wasn't the safest idea, but I didn't want to be far away. I couldn't shake the feeling that something would happen overnight, and I needed to be close. I locked all the doors, curled up under my jacket in the back seat, and let the exhaustion finally take over. But before I could fully drift into sleep, I felt something strange. Fingers. Long, gentle fingers threading through my hair. I shot upright, my heart pounding. The car was empty. My breath came in sharp gasps as I scanned my surroundings, but I saw no one. Then, a scent filled the air. Cheap perfume, the kind that lingers in the folds of a well-worn uniform. A soft, almost soothing voice followed. "Hush, he will pass peacefully. I will see to it. Sleep. I will watch over you." A wave of warmth and tranquility washed over me, unlike anything I had ever felt before. My mind, so clouded with grief and exhaustion, gave in to the comfort of those words. I don't remember falling asleep after that. I only remember the deep, unshakable sense that someone was watching over me. A little over an hour later, my phone rang. My grandma's voice was soft but urgent. My grandpa was getting worse. It was time. I rushed inside, calling my family along the way, telling them to come quickly. We gathered around his bedside, hands clasped, whispering prayers, holding on to the hope that maybe, just maybe, a miracle would happen. That was when I smelled the perfume again. The same cheap, lingering scent from my car. And then I felt it, a hand pressing lightly between my shoulder blades, as if someone was standing behind me, offering comfort. I turned my head slightly and caught a glimpse of a woman. She looked to be in her late 30s, wearing dark gray scrubs. Her wavy brown hair framed her face, and she was smiling at me. It was the same voice, the same presence I had felt earlier. Before I could react, she stepped forward, moving toward my grandpa's bed. She rested her hand gently on his chest. The machines were shut off. The tubes were removed. Within minutes he was gone. His breathing slowed, then stopped, and the heart monitor let out a long, final screech. And just like that, the woman vanished. I stood there, numb, staring at the empty space where she had been. No one else seemed to have noticed her. No one else had reacted. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had felt. Later, as I tried to process everything, I couldn't shake the thought that maybe she had been a nurse who once worked there, someone who had spent her life caring for patients, and, even in death, continued to do so. Maybe she had been watching over my grandpa, ensuring that his passing was peaceful. Or maybe she had been watching over me, too. The kitchen was quiet except for the occasional clink of my fork against the plate. I sat at the table, enjoying my steak and shake, when something caught my eye. Hanging from the pantry cabinet doors were 2 blue bandanas, tied there loosely, as they had been for the past 6 months. But now, for the first time, they were moving. Not just swaying slightly, as one might expect if a draft passed through. No, they were lifting, as if an unseen force was pushing them from below, making them ripple like they were caught in an undercurrent of wind. I frowned, glancing around for an explanation. The air conditioning wasn't on, nor was there any open window that could be responsible. Just then, I heard my husband in the other room, around the corner where he couldn't see what was happening. He was blowing his nose. That had to be it, I reasoned. Maybe his movement had disturbed the air just enough to make them shift. I waited for him to come into view, fully expecting him to see it and explain the whole thing rationally. But the moment he walked into the kitchen, the bandana stopped. Just like that. Perfectly still. I blinked, my stomach twisting in a way I couldn't explain. I told him what had happened and asked him to sit with me, just to watch them for a while. Maybe it would happen again. If there was some logical reason for this, some strange airflow, some shift in the house, then surely it would repeat itself. We sat there for 30 minutes. Nothing. Later that night I checked again. Still nothing. It didn't make sense. They had never moved before. Not in all the months they had been hanging there, through summer heat and winter cold. I had spent countless hours sitting at that same table, in the same chair, and never once had I seen them shift so unnaturally. But now, for the first time, I had witnessed it, only for it to stop the moment my husband entered the room. And that was only the beginning. A few nights before that, I had been woken up by a woman's voice. It was clear and distinct, as if she had been standing right there in the room. The single word she spoke sent a shiver down my spine. Hush! I shot up in bed, my pulse hammering. My children woke too, startled by the sudden noise. My husband, however, remained asleep. I searched the house, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe we had bad insulation, and sound was traveling from outside? But there had been no other noise. No conversation, no distant footsteps. Just that single word, as if directed at me. And it wasn't the first time I'd heard her. The last time she had spoken, her words were far more sinister. I remembered them with an unsettling clarity. "I'm going to wear your skins." That voice had woken up my children too. I hadn't been imagining it. 3 nights later, I woke again at 2 a.m. to something else. This time, it wasn't a voice. It was a scream. A distant, agonizing scream that sent a chill through me. I sat up, straining to hear more, but the house was silent. My husband was still fast asleep beside me. I didn't know the exact time, but I knew it was early because he hadn't yet woken for work, and his alarm usually went off at 2:30. Then I saw it. At the foot of our bed, half hidden behind the exercise bike, was a face. A single eye peered at me from the darkness, shaggy hair hanging over its forehead. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. I didn't want to wake my kids. I forced myself to move, to blink, to make sure my mind wasn't playing tricks on me. But it was still there. Watching. I whispered a desperate prayer and reached over to shake my husband. By the time he woke, the face was gone. I insisted we move the exercise bike out of the room. The next night, the real horror began. I woke to a choking sensation. Not like a sore throat, not like I had been sleeping wrong. No, it was something else entirely. It was pressure. Tight, suffocating pressure, as if unseen hands were wrapped around my throat. I could move. I wasn't paralyzed, but I was terrified. I sat up, gasping, trying to swallow past the invisible grip. My eyes darted to the wall, and that's when I saw it. A shadow. A round, black shadow the size of a golf ball, moving slowly up the wall before vanishing into nothing. My pulse pounded, my neck aching as I reached up to touch it. Later, when I checked in the mirror, I found blood. Right where my cross necklace rested against my skin, there were scratches. Deep, angry lines that stung when I touched them. But I had no fingernails to scratch myself. I chewed them down to nothing. My husband's nails were clipped short, and he had been sleeping on the other side of the bed. There was nothing in our bed that could have caused it. Then last night, it happened again. I woke at 2 a.m., feeling the same suffocating pressure around my throat. I opened my eyes, my heart hammering, and saw something above my husband's head. It was a shadow, a shape with jagged, triangular hair, like that of a girl. I held my breath as it moved, drifting forward before vanishing. I told myself to stay calm. I was exhausted. I would deal with it in the morning. But the moment I lay back down, the choking sensation returned. Harder this time. Stronger. It wasn't a nightmare. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I could move. I could sit up. I could fight. I forced myself to whisper a single name. Jesus. And just like that, it stopped. I gasped for air, my body trembling. I reached up, expecting to feel the same scratches, the same pain, but this time, there was nothing. My husband saw the blood the night before. He knew something was happening. My children had been waking up in fear, plagued by nightmares. I wasn't imagining this. I was being targeted. I had already begun taking action. I had reached out to a woman who was helping me obtain holy water to bless our home, but strangely, the day after I asked for it, her daughter broke her ankle. I didn't want to push, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was trying to stop me from getting it. I had prayed through every room of my house, but whatever this thing was, it hadn't left yet. I had bought white sage. I had asked my husband to start video recording. Something was here, something dark. And I wasn't going to let it win. It started when I was around 9 years old. That was when things began taking a darker turn, and it felt like only malevolent entities were drawn to me. At night, I would sleep with my bedroom door open since my older sister's room was right next to mine. It made me feel safe knowing she was close. But something changed. I would wake up suddenly in the middle of the night, without reason, only to find myself staring at the hallway. And it was always there. It was tall, impossibly tall. It never spoke. It rarely walked. Instead, it moved along the walls slowly, like a dark stain spreading across the house. My heart is pounding as I write this, because remembering these nights is far more intense than I ever thought it would be. It would stretch its unnaturally long arms into my doorway, peering into my room as if it were searching for something. Its presence was suffocating, heavy. And it always made sure I knew it saw me before it would skulk away down the hallway into my sister's room. This continued until I turned 13. I had started shutting my door and leaving the hallway light on, desperate to keep it out. The thing was shadowy, yet not entirely solid, like it wasn't fully part of this world but still managed to be there. Then, when I was 14, something even worse happened. I had stayed the night at a family friend's house with one of my close friends. The moment I stepped inside, an overwhelming feeling of unease hit me, like angry eyes were burning into my back from the top of the staircase. I ignored it, telling myself it was just my imagination. That night, we both fell asleep on the couch. I was sprawled out along the length of it, while my friend laid above me, her head near my feet. And then, like clockwork, I was suddenly awake. The first thing I noticed was that my blanket had been pulled away from me. Not slightly, not twisted in my sleep, but dragged unnaturally far from where I lay. My skin prickled with unease as I turned toward the staircase. It was there. A figure, standing at the bottom of the stairs. It was massive, far taller than any human, easily 9 or 10 feet tall. At first, I couldn't comprehend what I was seeing. I sat there for minutes, just staring at it. My mind tried to reason with itself. Maybe it was a coat rack. Maybe the wife was playing a prank on me. Maybe. But then, the realization hit me. It was real. It was watching me. And the moment I truly recognized what I was looking at, everything shifted. The air grew heavy with something unnatural, something ancient. My stomach twisted, fear rooting me in place. I wanted to scream, to run, to do something, but I was frozen in terror. Then it began to move. It must have noticed me glancing toward the hallway, my only possible escape route, because the moment I considered running, it lunged forward. I reacted on instinct, grabbing my friend's foot and scrambling on top of her in blind terror. It did not like that. It moved again, too fast, too unnatural. I barely choked out the words. The light! Turn on the light! Somehow, through the haze of panic, my friend managed to flick on the lamp. The light filled the room. And just like that, it was gone. Within minutes, the entire house was awake, running downstairs to see what had happened. I told them everything. And, as expected, I received the usual dismissive replies. It was just a dream. You were probably half asleep. But I was awake. I knew what I saw. The months that followed were suffocating. I felt like something was constantly looming over me, pressing against my space. When I showered, I felt eyes on me. When I watched TV, I could sense something just beyond my sight. My bedroom had become a space of dread. I refused to sleep in it, even when I had friends over. Instead, I would insist on staying in the guest bedroom downstairs. Then, I made a mistake. One night, I forgot to close my bedroom door. I woke suddenly, facing the staircase. It stood at the top, unmoving. A million thoughts ran through my head, but this time, something was different. I felt threatened. A sense of pure, unfiltered dread seeped into my bones. I couldn't move. I had never engaged with these things before, never spoke to them, never tried to reach out. But as I tried to convince myself that I was imagining things, it moved. Its hand stretched out and gripped the railing. That was enough. I threw the blankets over my head, clung to my friend beside me, and prayed. I must have laid there for hours, too scared to breathe. But even worse things followed. At the dinner table, I began sensing something underneath. I knew something was crouching there. It enjoyed the tension, the way it could make my skin crawl without doing anything at all. I refused to look, but I could see it in my mind, dirty white clothing, long, unkempt hair. It wanted me to acknowledge it. When I didn't, it grew angry. Not long after, we moved to Texas. I thought, for the first time, that I might get peace. And for a while I did. I could sleep. The weight was gone. Then my grandfather passed away. And the activity returned. It started small. My guitar would let out sudden, violent strums as if something had dragged its fingers across the strings. It would happen randomly, echoing through the house. I would jokingly say, "Oh, hi, Grandpa." But deep down, I knew it wasn't him. Then came the whispers. One afternoon, while napping on the couch, I felt fingers running through my hair. A young girl's voice whispered something I couldn't make out. I told myself it was the painkillers from my wisdom teeth surgery. But then, others saw her too. One night, my father's friend, who was staying in the guest house, mentioned seeing a little girl in his room. She had blonde hair, looked maybe 8 years old, he said casually. I nearly choked. I had heard her weeks before, but now someone else had seen her. Things spiraled. One night, I was alone when the banging started. The door leading to the garage began slamming over and over, echoing through the house. Bam! 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 I thought someone had broken in. Then silence. And footsteps. Slow, deliberate, coming up the stairs. I sank into my bed, my heart hammering. I could hear something moving toward my room. Then, it stopped at the door. A pause. The bathroom drawers began opening and closing, opening and closing. Then a deep, hacking cough, wet, ragged, unnatural. I grabbed my phone, ran to the patio, and called my friend. "It's in my house. You need to come." She called the police. They found nothing. Now, I am 23. I have my own apartment. And yet, it is happening again. Something stands at the end of my bed, watching me. My dog senses it, staring at the empty space. It prefers the bathroom. I feel it above me when I shower, peering down from the ceiling. Today, I saw it in the mirror. Tall. Dark. Waiting.